Hello and welcome to my playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima, doing 100% the DLC, playing with Kurosawa Mode active and the Japanese language, spoken language, selected with English subtitles. Hey there, Kioni. How's it going? Ghosts, absolutely. Been looking forward to replaying this again. The first time I played it was last year. So let's go into options. That's all good. Alright, so audio language. There we go. Alright, text language. Subtitles on. It's all good. Display. Kurosawa Mode applies a stylized black and white filter for an immersive cinematic experience. Here we go. Definitely want to show blood. Just starting from scratch. Not going to do a new game plus mode. Yeah, Lucas, so I'll be back to Red Dead 2 on Wednesday next week. How's things going? Hey there, Shadow Ronin. Welcome. How's it going? Kurosawa Mode. You're playing the game exactly in hard mode with those frames enabled. It looks so 1920s. Yeah, black and white movies, even though color had come in the 1960s, or maybe it was the 50s, I can't remember. Even though that had happened, some productions and stuff still used black and white because it was cheaper to have the black and white film than it was to have the color film at the time. Hey there, Code. The Ghost of Sushi. Also, why you do not eat raw fish? You do not enjoy spending a weekend solely in the bathroom. Well, I don't blame you then, Code, that's for sure. It's annoying when that kind of stuff happens. I'm just going to keep it on medium difficulty. It's going to be hard enough because the attacks when enemies do them are in color. So with Kurosawa mode on, I won't be able to tell the difference using the indicator. I'll have to actually start to pay more attention to the animations that the enemies are doing. What's wrong? See, I got you pushing too much raw sushi. Hashtag Ghost of Tsushima. Hey, Mr. Gote, thanks for redeeming that. How's it going? Hey there, Soze. Is this new DLC for Assassin's Creed Shadows? You're the first person to mention Shadows in the stream. That'll happen a lot today. How's it going, Soze? Shadow, hard mode is actually quite easy, is it? Well, I need as much help as I can get, especially with the indicators for enemy attacks being in black and white for this playthrough, so we're going to go on medium. Mr. Gote, you had some protein ice cream and Pasta going to start gaming soon and finish off Silent Hill 2 remake. Very nice, dude. That sounds like a great day. That's awesome. And GG's on... well, that's right, you already finished it. You're just going for different endings. That's cool. I like this. Lethal. Death is always close at hand. A single sword strike is lethal. I watched Crocodiles play this game on that difficulty, so I definitely won't be doing that yet, at least. Hard. For players unafraid of death who are brave enough to face the ultimate challenge. Medium. For players who want a well-rounded gameplay experience with a moderate challenge. Easy. For players who want to experience Jin's story and explore the island of Tsushima with minimal challenge. Mr. Gote, yep, the endings that will give you your platinum. Oh, very nice. So you're close to platinum. Awesome. Okay, black and white filter with Japanese dialogue and English UK subtitles, inspired by the movies of legendary filmmaker Akira Kurosawa. For my playthroughs of Red Dead 2 and this game, I wanted to have them on the channel at the same time, because there's a nice sort of like relationship between the samurai genre of movies and the American Western. Several Japanese samurai movies were actually remade as westerns. Seven Samurai became The Magnificent Seven. Yojimbo became A Fistful of Dollars with Clint Eastwood. And I like both genres, so I thought I'd have both games on the channel. And so playing this game with Kurosawa mode is going to be cool. Let's jump into it.
習わし武勇誉れ、それが我らが道だ。我らこそ島の勇士、我らこそモノノフだ。では足立殿、奴らの息をくじいてまいれ。よっ！よく聞け。腕に覚えのものあらばいいでよ。なだ、ジムニだ。我こそは足立晴信、かの足立義信が五代の末裔なり。侍、我に下るか。誉れなき者には情け無用。さあ、かかれ。島を守れ。かかれ。進め！敵将を撃ち取るのだ。敵将が引いたというて。ついてまいれ。大勢の仲間が。この命に代えても前進せねばなるまいぞ。ご下知を、志村殿。おのおの敵将を逃してなるものか。者ども続け。王子どものは新手だ。切り捨て。さらに援兵が来るぞ。もはや我らのみ。残された道は一つ。敵将を見つけ出し討ち取るのみ。最後までお供いたします。よく申した。来たぞ、あれが敵将。確保はできています。ここで決着をつけるぞ。 しが我が名はコトゥ、フビライのいとこ、チンギスの孫だ。聞け、お前は戦士だ。そうであろう。生涯を鍛錬に明け暮れ、勝てぬはずの戦にも全て打ち勝ってきたのだろう。だが己が刃を研ぐ間に我らの手はずは整った。学んだのだ、この国の言葉、しきたり、信仰、どの村を飼いならし焼き払うかをな。今一度己に問う侍よ、我に下るか。いかにしてここへ。武具はない、食料のみ。誰かが俺を見てくれた。ここを離れねば。
That is still such a great fucking opening. Love it. Adrian, how's it going? Shadow, even in 360p, this game still feels like 4K mode. Adrian, he should have quit when he was ahead. Feels like Sucker Punch game always have memorable openings. To be honest, this is the only game of theirs that I've actually played. Shadow, Sucker Punch knew what they were exactly doing. Cinema. It really is. Yeah, I got chills again. The first time I played this, I did as well. But yeah, that whole part where they're on horseback and they're charging and then they're running through, the feeling that one gets from that, or that I get from that, is the same as in Red Dead Redemption 2 in that mission where you go riding towards the oil factory and there's that big wide angle pullback of the camera that just shows you and the rest of the gang on horseback and, Eagle flies and his men and just going all towards the thing. I just love big cinematic moments like that. Actually, something I need to check. Stick drift compensation. Might turn that on. I think there's something with my controller and the right control stick. I've noticed when I'm playing games lately that when I'm actually moving the camera, sometimes there's jitteriness in the movement. Camera speed, default. Leave that for now.
More子供。誰かが俺をかくまってくれた。その者がたちも。誰が歯を研いでおった？武士か？俺の鎧。壊れておる。だがあるだけありがたい。やめろ！
Adrian, terms of game openings. You got Paris Police Heist Sly 1, Cairo Museum Heist Sly 2, Kane Island Prologue Sly 3. You pressing new game causes a massive explosion, Infamous 1. The Arrival of the Beast, Infamous 2. And Delzin learning he can steal powers like X-Men Rogue from Second Son. And now the Mongol Invasion. All those games, definitely have heard of them before, but never actually played them. Didn't the trilogy of Sly Cooper get a remaster recently as well? And then there was, wasn't there a series called Prototype, which was similar to Infamous? I think I remember at the time people were saying that one was just a copy of the other, but I'm just saying that as part of what I remember hearing. I don't really know either way if that's true or not. Adrian, the recent Sly thing on PS5 is emulation, but it's better than the PS2 emulator PS4 got years ago. Oh, really?
太刀が欲しいならついといて。
どれほど寝ていた？
数日、島の半分が乗っ取られちまったよ。
ユナ。
後にして。くそ、かがんで。行くよ。
どうする？
こっち。待って。助けようなんて思わないで。
民の命が。志村殿は戦場におられたか？
地頭の？知らないね。
ユナ、待て。志村殿は俺の叔父だ。
あんたが堺人か。地頭の多いの。
して叔父上は生きておいでか？
おそらくね。猛虎に囚われてるけど。
場所はわかるか？
東の海岸沿い。
金田の木であろう。叔父上を捕らえたことで守りも手薄のはずだ。攻め入るなら今しかない。
殺されるよ。
だが無事にお助けすれば猛虎を打ち払うことができる。鎌倉に下文を送りご助力も超えよう。
あんたが切られるのを見るために世話してやったわけじゃないよ。
ではなぜ助けた？
死なれちゃ困るからさ。手を貸してほしい。
叔父上さえご無事なら対馬は助かる。俺にとっても唯一の身内。行くぞ。
やめろ。くぐって。
飯を探していただけなのに。
鬼畜め。
今はこらえて行くよ。待って。
騎兵だ。
通って。
よし。
まずい。隠れるところがない。このまま出たらあいつらに見つかっちまう。
一か八かだ。
待って。荷車が。今だ。早く。
万兵だ。
屋根に登るしかない。
屋根に登り戦場を漁るとは野党だな。
その時いるものをもらうだけ。
俺の太刀もか？
太刀は食べ物と薬に変えた。
なんだと？
怒るな。買い手を捕らえて取り戻してやるわ。空手じゃ心もとない。使えそうなものもらっときな。
盗めというのか？
持ち主はとっくに死んでる。
Afro, welcome on in. Take it easy, I'm just needling you. How's it going, Afro? Hey there, Ronnie. Welcome on in, dude. How's things? Is this the original version of AC Shadows? Yeah, I guess you could call it that. Well, Ubisoft were going a Viking with Valhalla in this game's release year, Sucker Punch was bringing us this masterpiece. Afro, as much as you like Kurosawa, the game is way too pretty to be played in black and white. That's definitely fair. Hey there, Sailcat. You do know AC Shadows is out? I do, and I've already seen the ending. And I've also looked at the present day stuff as well. How's it going, Sailcat?
こっちだよ。タッチを買ったやつはこの先に住んでる。いるか？まずいね。もうこれ見つかったんだ。
見張っておれ。俺が調べよう。太刀さえあれば。
家の中に隠したのかもね。
どこかにあるはず。
Yeah, Afro. Yeah, I don't care about spoilers for that game, so I went ahead today and had a look to see if there was any endings on YouTube. So I watched the endings and also watched certain specific moments in the story as well, relating to certain things I wanted to find out. Salcat, but you haven't played it. That's true, and I may never, because I don't really care too much about games in the series that might change things for the worst.
Sakai-jin. 地頭である志村殿の甥。臆病ではない。
お前にかなう者はいないな。だがまだまだ太刀に振り回されておる。
稽古中です。
父親の武具でか？これは坂井家の宝刀。戦を鎮め命を救った太刀だ。殴られたのか？
いえ。
身を守る術を教えてやろう。
心得ています。
刃を操るには何よりもまずその心を鎮めねばならんぞ。
できます、叔父上。
そうか。稽古の成果を見せてみろ。わしを撃ってみよう。
はい、叔父上。
さあ、撃ってこい。わしに当ててみよう。よろしい。さように戦えれば技をつけられることもなかったな。
不意をつかれたんです。
ではその技をつけた者が戻ってきたら、汚い手もためらわぬ相手からいかにして身を守る。
私の方が身軽でしょう。間合いの外から疲れるのを待って人たちで倒します。
よろしい。敵がいかに策を巡らそうとも武士たる者は臆すことなく戦わねばならぬぞ。
肝に銘じます。
ではわしの防御を崩せ。堺陣が優ある武士だと示してみよう。攻撃で防御を崩し素早く打ち込め。 く防いだな。良い構えだ。
疲れた。休みませんか。
まだ終わってはおらんぞ。腹を据え痛みに耐えてみせよ。よし。
I'll catch up on chat while this is paused. But yes, Alcat, my thoughts going into AC Shadows was that I wanted to wait until it came out and then look at spoiler stuff because I don't really trust Ubisoft Quebec and they're in charge of the franchise now. So I didn't want to commit to buying the game or pre-ordering it without actually knowing ahead of time what things might happen in the story, what things in the wider universe they might be changing, and anything like that as well. I'm very, very hard on them as a studio, so I'm not being very lenient on them. So I had a look at the ending and also looked at the present day stuff because I feel like the present day stuff is something that they could use to change things as well. Because it's all about framing. Like, you can reframe how things have been portrayed in earlier stories of things by simply doing a perspective shift. And so the present day is like one of those parts of the story where I feel like they could do that kind of stuff as well. Things like the actual game story itself, I'm not too worried about. It's more about things relating to what has come before, the Isu, anything related to present day stuff, all that kind of thing. Afro, so how was it? Were you satisfied? I wasn't, no. Definitely not satisfied. So the only time I'll play the game in the future is if it's on a really low sale price, like $10 or something. And then I might just play it just to stream it, you know. But there's things like gameplay, which it doesn't matter to me if the gameplay's awesome, if the story is shit, or the story makes changes to the series that I don't like, then it doesn't really matter if the gameplay is good. It's like with Rogue. Like, I like Black Flag, and Rogue is pretty much a reskin of Black Flag. And so Rogue itself isn't a terrible game, gameplay-wise or anything. I just don't like the characters, and I don't like the main character, I should say. And I don't like the writing for it as well. And that's enough for me not to play the game ever again. Which is why I haven't played Rogue ever since my first playthrough. But no, Afro, I definitely wasn't satisfied. And I wasn't satisfied with things that are being teased, at least in the present day. This isn't a spoiler, but there's not any like massive major things that get revealed in the present day. But there's things that happen and things that I look at and I go, what are you doing here, Quebec? Afro, well, I guess you were not satisfied then. You guessed correctly. Ronnie, you haven't bought AC Shadows, you just don't feel that motivated to. You didn't even finish Mirage. I don't blame you, dude. You know, like, if you don't mind potentially learning about spoilers as time goes on. Like, I'm not going to talk spoilers in this stream or anything like that, but I mean to say, as time goes on, like, it gets harder to avoid spoilers because you see YouTube suggested videos, and some people say to counter that, well, just don't go on the internet. It's like, that's a pretty childish rebuttal of trying to avoid spoilers. It's like, I mean, there's ways to avoid certain platforms and certain like channels that discuss it, but also sometimes people will just randomly start talking about stuff as well. So, you know, you can't do that. Like, you'd have to go around to people and say, look, I know this is your house and everything, but I don't want you to talk about spoilers for something I haven't seen or played yet. Thank you, bye. You know, it's not like you can do that. I mean, you could try, but you'd probably get kicked out of the house at the very least, if not other reactions that the person might have otherwise. Afro, it's just way too expensive where you live, so yeah, you could buy a Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 twice for the price of base Shadows. Yeah, that's the thing, like, it's $109 here in Australia for Shadows, the base version, and then the deluxe edition is $150. Now, I wouldn't even get the deluxe edition, but if I was going to get the game, I definitely wouldn't be getting that version, because that's just way too much. Costs way too much. It is ridiculous, Afro. It really, really is. Shadow. You bet KCD2 is way better than AC Shadows. I haven't even played the first one. I do have it though, so I do want to get to it eventually, but I haven't actually played it yet. Salcat, the most broken and annoying thing you've seen in Shadows is the AI using a longbow against you up close, like almost touching distance? Jeez. Talk about AI cheating in a game. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of Ubisoft-isms that are in that. Also, the animations, like, you can tell they just took the same animation cycles from all their other games and just put a different, texturing and, different, hair textures and, all that kind of stuff to reflect that we're not in Egypt or we're not in Greece or we're not in Norway or England this time around, But if you look at some older Assassin's Creed games and the cutscenes, they walk all over current day Ubisoft animations. I mean, yeah, the graphics can be looking better, but when it comes to actually having characters move within an environment while talking and doing different things in a cutscene when they're trying to, progress story along and all that kind of stuff, they've definitely dropped the ball. I would probably say that Origins is the last game that has a really wide range of great cutscenes that were mocapped, whereas Odyssey reduced it. Valhalla has some really good ones too, but there's still that whole roboticness and stiffness that the characters have. And I'm just kind of getting over it, I think for 2 games, maybe 3 is pushing it to have something like that. But, you want to advance things. But the problem is they don't want to advance things too far because then that means that they can't do the assembly line approach to the games and content that they want to do. So if they keep it the way it is, it means that they don't have to do too much to improve things, which means they can have more content and more games as well. So instead of trying to put as much time and effort into each game individually by improving things across the whole board in each game, they're just deciding to stick with a kind of like default approach and just updating certain things, I mean, I will give them that they've added some extra stealth stuff that you can do. Like, it is cool that you can go prone, you can crawl around and all that kind of stuff. And it is cool that you can use your grapple as Noe to get to the roof and all that kind of stuff quickly, even inside, and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's really cool and all, but for me it's not enough to make me put everything else aside and just play the game for that reason alone, Like, it's not across the board with every game in general. It's just that it's a game-by-game basis, because not every single game has the same attention to detail or the same time put into things as every other game does. So you sort of have to look at things like, you could probably take the best games ever and point things out that aren't as good as other games that might have come before or after. But there's also a lot of stuff where it's like the overall package is way better, so why settle for less than that, But then again, you get some games that the graphics aren't that great, but the story is really good, and if you're someone that really likes stories in games, you might really, really get invested. Like for me, Call of Cthulhu from 2018, the animations could have done with a lot more work, but they probably didn't have more money than what they were given, so they had to, make do with that. But what I like about the game is the story, and it just immerses you in that whole sort of like world, and if you like mystery games, if you like detective stories and all that kind of stuff. Ronnie, maybe you'll do another Black Flag playthrough, or you hear there are new Red Dead 2 mods available. Absolutely, dude. That is so cool. It's so cool to see some mods for Red Dead Redemption 1 as well, now that it's on PC. Have the cars be drivable. Salcat, those devs don't understand archery. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, you would think that with like a bow, like, I don't know in real life if there's any value in getting really up close to your target and then taking a shot. I don't know if it's probably not like a gun where you could just put a gun to someone's stomach, for example, and fire, and then that would be a really devastating shot. Like, I don't know if you got really close to someone. Like, obviously, you could probably still do a lot of damage to someone up really close. But I guess, with video games that use bows, primarily you expect it to be a ranged weapon that gets used at a distance and not directly up close. So, okay, anyway, I hope you're having fun playing this dollar store AC Shadows. Maybe in an alternate universe. Okay, this reminds you, the Kingdom Come 2 sword training, except it's like Skyrim. Grind the training montage for several levels. I'm very curious to see what I'll think about that game, because there's some games where there's elements that I like that are in other games, but sometimes the game that uses those elements might not use them as well, so that can also be a factor in whether I like the game or not. It's never a one-size-fits-all thing. Like, if I like the jumping in the Tomb Raider games, for example, it doesn't mean I'm automatically going to like the jumping in like an Uncharted game. There may be some things where I go, this franchise doesn't do it as well. But there's also different levels of stuff, like levels of tolerance that people have for certain things. For some people, it's very minimal tolerance level. So if something really, really minimal is not to their liking, then they'll be like, yep, that's it, I'm done, But others might have more that they're willing to take or willing to accept as well. Shadow, if you spoil you shadows, you won't care, trust you. By the way, if you're also looking for more Japanese samurai stuff, there's a game you could say is Ghost of Tsushima, but in 2D, since it's a samurai game, and it's in Kurosawa mode also. I don't know if you heard of that game, Trek to Yomi. I have actually heard of it, but I never played it though. Thanks for the suggestion, so Trek to Yomi. I'm a fan of the Onimusha series, so I'm very happy that there's an Onimusha 2 remaster finally, because they remastered the first game back in 2018. So it's good to see, or was it 2019? It might have been 2019, I think. But it's good to see that they're remastering at least another game in the series. If not, hopefully maybe they'll remaster 3 and 4. But I like those games, and so I'm looking forward to the remaster of 2 and the new one, Way of the Sword, as well. Very, very curious about that. I was also looking at Rise of the Ronin. I've sort of heard mixed, like some say it's really great, but others say that there's a lot of jank to it. I don't know. It just depends. Also, there's Aragami and Aragami 2, which is a Japanese shinobi stealth game. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've always liked, ever since a kid. I can't remember exactly what began it, but when I was a kid, I watched movies like American Ninja, which, when I saw it when I was an adult, I definitely didn't feel the same way about it that I did when I saw it as a kid. But, but yeah, I've always liked ninjas since a young age. So that's sort of like something that is an interest of mine as well. Like, it's not an interest where I'm very knowledgeable about, the ins and outs of stuff or the history of it. It's an interest in the sense of, if there's a game or a movie that looks really cool and it uses those things, then I'm definitely going to be open, at the very least, to actually experiencing it. Hey there, Sona. Welcome on in. Has the wind been involved? It has. In the title screen, mainly. But yeah, we're very early into the game, though. But welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Salcat, they are using longbows up close isn't cheating. They don't get the time to attack because you can keep striking them and they always lose. They should have made them switch to a short sword or dagger when fighting up close and not using a longbow when on guard duty, of course. Yeah, you would think that they would do that, Ronnie, you could use a grappling hook in AC Syndicate, and that was the worst thing ever. Especially if you're someone like me who did that challenge run one time where one of the rules was I couldn't use the rope launcher, but then accidentally used it in sequence 6, and then had to restart the game from the start because that's the penalty I came up with. And then having to liberate the 3 boroughs in England again, or London again, before unlocking sequence 8, all that kind of stuff. That was fun times, Dr. Ronnie. Fun times. Shadow Rise of the Ronin is great, but you feel like it's telling the story way fast and feels more Yakuza meets Neo, some sort. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Yakuza games, they're a series I've got some interest in as well, in checking out. I may not go back to the very first game and play my way through them all, but that pirate one that came out looks really, really fun. But I'm definitely open to playing some of the earlier games, maybe. I know that not every game in that series uses it, but I'm not really a fan of turn-based combat. Like, I'd rather just get in there and start fighting. and not have to wait my turn. In very small doses, I don't mind it, like in the Kenway Fleet minigame in Black Flag, where you have the ships and it's turn-based. I don't mind that, because it's a minigame. It's not the whole game. But if it's the whole game where you have to do that, I'm not really a fan of that too much. So, okay, when you were a kid, you thought American Ninja was the greatest movie of all time. Now, not so much. After that, you thought Power Rangers movie was the best. You guess you were evolving as a movie critic. Yeah, it's so funny, especially if you watch the sequels. I don't know if you watched the sequels, Salcat, but it's just so funny, you know. And the movies followed a similar pattern. Like, you had some villain who wanted to use the ninjas as some army and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, it was sort of like... And then there's a loose continuity as well, because you got Joe, the main character in American Ninja 1 and 2, and then in 3, he's not back, but you got a different actor playing a new character. Then in American Ninja 4, you have that same actor coming back to play his character again, but then you have Joe from American Ninja 1 and 2 returning, played by the same actor, Michael Dudikoff. But then in American Ninja 5, David Bradley, who plays the main character in American Ninja 3, and the same character in American Ninja 4, he's in American Ninja 5, but he's not playing the character he played in 3 and 4. He's playing a character named Joe, but not the same character named Joe that's in 1, 2, and 4. So it's a bit of a loose continuity with the American Ninja movies, but they're sort of like a good thing. Like, they'd probably be a funny game to do, like a drinking game with, or something like that. You know, take a shot every time something really cheesy happens. Actually, Salk had another movie I just remembered that's really cheesy that I saw as a kid, but I really liked back then. But when I saw it later as an adult, I was like, yeah, I didn't notice these things back then. Was No Retreat, No Surrender. So basically, this guy, his father runs a dojo, and Van Damme plays this Russian villain. He's not the main villain. There is a boss above him, but essentially he's the main guy that the main character has to fight. Anyway, he wants to buy up the dojo, I think, and the father who owns the dojo doesn't want to, and so they break his leg. And then the father decides to take his wife and his son, and I think he has a daughter as well, and move somewhere else. And of course, they move somewhere else where there's bullies, and then there's this other guy that does breakdancing that the main character becomes friends with, and the main character is a big fan of Bruce Lee. And this is spoilers for a movie from, like, I think it was like 1980 something. But basically he goes to pray at the grave of Bruce Lee, and then that night the ghost of Bruce Lee actually appears to him, and he gets some training from him to help defeat the bullies. And then, of course, as a result of that, he ends up fighting Van Damme in the ring as the final match. But yeah, it was very, very cheesy. And that cheesiness was something that as like an 11 or a 12-year-old, I didn't actually pick up on. So when I saw it as an adult later, I was like, There was actually 2 other movies, but I never actually saw them, so I don't know if they're any good or not. So, okay, I don't think you've seen that one, but who knows? It does sound familiar now. Yeah, it was cheesy. Like, I still think there's some genuine, really, like, cool moments, but overall, it's probably only best to watch it if you're really a big fan of Jean-Claude Van Damme and you haven't seen all the movies he's been in yet. He does have dialogue in it, but it's very, very minimal as well. But I don't know if he did it before Bloodsport or after, because Bloodsport was pretty much his big breakout movie that he made. But No Retreat, No Surrender might have predated that. But then again, just because they film something in a certain year doesn't mean that's the year that it actually comes out in. Like, an actor could film something, let's say, in 2025, and then something in 2026, and the thing in 2026 comes out in 2027. But the thing that they filmed in 2025 might not come out until 2030, depending on several factors. So I don't know which is which with Van Damme, whether No Retreat, No Surrender came first before Bloodsport, or if it was the other way around. But I can definitely find that out. This amazing invention called the internet. Actually, that's something I would love to have. Like, Jet Li got a video game, Jackie Chan got a video game. It would have been cool for Van Damme to get a video game as well. Like, I know he's been a character in video games. Like, he's in that Hitman. He plays one of the targets in the Hitman series. Okay, so if I go back all the way through his filmography. Okay, so in terms of like his big breakout role, it was Bloodsport. And it came out a few years after No Retreat, No Surrender. So No Retreat, No Surrender was 1985, and then Bloodsport was 1988 when that came out. But he had been in movies since 1979, although uncredited. Like he was a moviegoer in in a movie that has a title in a different language I have no idea how to say. Then 1984, he was in the movie called Breakin'. He was a spectator in the first dance sequence, but he went uncredited. In 1984, he was also in the Chuck Norris movie Missing in Action, but he played a soldier, uncredited. Monaco Forever, he was in that as well. But he was credited as Jean-Claude Van Damme, as in V-A-N-D-A-M, not how it's actually spelt, which is V-A-N-D-A-M-M-E. Then No Retreat, No Surrender, he played Ivan Krasinski, the Russian. And then in Bloodsport, he played Frank. Put Up Your Dukes in 1988. So at peak Van Damme cheesiness has to be Street Fighter the movie. Now who wants to go home and who wants to go with me? I can't really do his voice, but that scene in Street Fighter has always stuck out with me. That speech he gives as Guile. Shadow, and ever since you heard Steven Seagal thought he could beat Van Damme in a solo duel fight against him, but when Van Damme came up to accept the challenge, he ran from him. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things about Steven Seagal. Like, growing up, the movies of his that I saw was Nico, Above the Law. I think that was the full title in America and maybe some other places, but here in Australia they just called it Above the Law. There's also another one where he got injured and put into a coma, but I can't remember what that one was. So I saw that as a kid, and then I saw Under Siege 2 first, actually. I never saw Under Siege first. Sorry, I didn't see Under Siege 1 first. I saw it after seeing the sequel as well. But yeah, I'm not really big on Steven Seagal as well. Like, movie-wise, his early stuff, but I don't know. Not really a big fan of his stuff. Oh, Dr. Ronnie, I forgot to mention this when it happened. This is very, very scientifically and medically accurate, isn't it? That if you have an injury, all you have to do is just beat your chest with your fist to get your resolve back, and then you'll be fine. Isn't that true to life, Dr. Ronnie? I'm being facetious, of course. I'm not expecting, to be, realistic. But it's an interesting kind of mechanic anyway. How to get your resolve back, which is your health in this, you basically just hit your chest with your fist. This is the running around in circles to confuse your enemy technique.
見事です。
It needs work.
早すぎる。
飯の前にあと一つだけ問おう。代々当家の武士は規律を守ってきた。何を重んじてきたかわかるか？
主への忠義、己を律すること、あと
申してみよ
誉れ、勇猛に戦い堺の家を守ることです。
う。それは父の言葉であろう。お前にとっての誉れとは？
それは民を守ること、己を守れぬ者らを。
お前は優しいな。だがまずは主に仕えながら皆に示すのだ。勇気と真偽と節制と。
たやすく思えますが、
行うは形だ。わしも日々苦心しておる。しかし我らは規律を守ることで民の模範にならねばならん。もちろん武士にとってもな。それが誉れを売る道だ。I've not had samurai.
見つけたんだね。
馬はどこにおる？
馬屋にいるかも。来て。
I was trying to remember how you do the thing where he'll actually do like the blood wipe off the sword. Because there's certain actions that I know you can do like that. That in my first playthrough, I didn't really do a lot, but I wanted to do it for this playthrough, but the game probably won't let me do it at the moment. But if anyone who's played this game before wants to actually let me know, that's definitely fine. I'll allow backseating for this moment. Shadow, yeah, that was a weird thing about this game, beating your chest to heal, shake my head. I mean, it's definitely an interesting way to do it, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it actually makes you remember in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, and I think even in Revelations as well, when Ezio actually heals himself. For the longest time, I thought he was using a like a vial of liquid that he would drink quickly, but it turns out it's actually smelling salts that he uses. So in Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, and at least Revelations, I think maybe, Ezio actually uses smelling salts to heal himself. Oh, I broke my arm. Smelling salts. Ah, my arm's better now. Shadow, blood wipe, touchpad. Oh yes, that's the touchpad. So, because when I press it, he just does that. I know you can sort of like swipe it different directions to make it do certain things, but I'm running my fingers along and all that, but it's not doing anything. But when I press it, it doesn't do anything now, but it was actually having him turn his head. But that's probably just his idle stance. Yeah, he's just doing it on his own now. I just so happened to be pressing the buttons at the time he was doing that head turn. Slide on the left. Yeah, sliding the left. Doesn't matter which direction I do, it'll not pick up on it. Oh, that's all right, Shadow. That's no worries at all. Thanks for trying to help, though. Permissive magazine, huh? Piss off. Slide on the right. Yeah, still not happening, unfortunately. Maybe it won't let me do it straight away. I'm pushing in the left control stick to make him do that. Like he's doing a dance. Thanks for the help though, Shadow. I'll try it again later.
我が物顔で走ってる。
馬屋はどこだ？
燃えてる家の裏手さ。おいで。近づけそうだ。後ろから喉をかっ切れば静かに殺せる。
誇りはないのか？道理に背くつもりはないぞ。来い、鬼畜ども！近いな。
助ける気じゃないだろうね。
もう隠れんたちも取り返した。
ちょっと。
Shadow's supposed to see the sheath the sword when you slide right on the touchpad like an iPhone. Sliding on the left is for the flute. You thought it was on the right. Oh, that's fair enough, Shadow. Yeah, like he put his sword away, but I think just normally when we were still inside the hut thing. But now that I've got his sword out again, I'm sliding on the right with the touchpad and it's not actually doing anything yet. Hey there, Rosie. Welcome. Invader. Yep, the Mongols have invaded Japan in this game.
Banpei だ。
一人も逃がすでない。
ありがとうございます。お侍は皆死んだと聞きましたが。
どこかにかくまってもらえ。
小金寺に行こうと思います。
よし、街道は避けよう。必ず息子を守るのだぞ。
あんた無茶ばかりするね。
あやつは戦えぬからな。それにこれ以上見殺しにはできぬ。
あんたなら大勢を救える。弟が猛虎にさらわれた。
だから俺を助けたのか。
私にはあの子しかいない。
叔父上がお待ちなのだ。
頼む。高さへ戻ればそれでいいんだ。
叔父上をお救いした後でいいのならば探してみよ
う。一緒に行くよ。馬屋はすぐそこだよ。
Floor is lava challenge, Ghost of Tsushima. Rosie, but they called you Invader, or did you get that wrong? I don't know. I didn't actually hear them say it, because at the time I wasn't focused. But we're in Japan, and the Mongols have invaded Japan, so it'd be weird for the invaders to call the invaders invaders. I mean, the inhabitants invaders. Hey there, now, bro. Welcome on in. How's things going? Stares dramatically in Japanese. Staring dramatically. Dramatic staring. Countrywide. Worldwide, I mean.
こやつらは軍馬。浜に連れて行かなかった馬だ。
命拾いしたね。運がいい。どの馬に乗りたい?
Knowing what happens in the story, I'm not going to be too attached to the first horse. This is probably a generic statement to make, but in my first playthrough I chose Kage, Shadow, for the horse's name. So I'm going to choose something different for this playthrough. Nah, bro, yeah, what they said. Exactly. Yeah, I wanted to play, for my second playthrough, Kurosawa Mode 100%, doing the DLC, as well as having the Japanese language. I really like being able to do that in games. Change the spoken language to that of the region or country or where the character's from or living and stuff. Rosie, for your entire journey, eh? Yeah. The game wouldn't lie to us about that, right? Shadow, you're a horse. You are, yes. For this playthrough with this horse, I'm going to call them Sora. Because there'll be Sora later.
Sora, 天をもかけよう。 かねての木。
地頭は城の中だね。壁は高くて越えられないね。騒ぎでも起こして忍び込んでみる。
いや、大手門から入る。ハーンは足立殿を生きたまま焼き殺し、叔父上を恥ずかしめ、武士を皆殺しにした。この恥はすすがねばならぬ。
正面から突っ込んだらお仲間と同じ目に遭うよ。
猛虎もそう考えるだろう。だがこたびは俺が。お主はここで待っておれ。
I've got to take this opportunity. Nice, I can pull the sword out now. Cool. Let's get Jin into position. Photo mode time. Although I can't. This is probably as close as I can get him without him catching fire. Jin, I need you to do that, mate. There we go. Nice, there is a shot of the moon. Always like shots of moons. But not that kind of moon. The moon in the sky. Shadow, you prefer more sunsets? Oh yeah, they're great to see too as well. Also like shots in games and movies where there's sunsets. I'll be here all day with the clouds, so I'll just put them in a position where they're not covering the moon. And I'll also change the weather. Just make it clear. Can't really get the way I want it, but the type of shot I want, I can't get anyway. I really wanted a shot where it was almost like Jin's face was really close to the moon. Salcat, best photo mode you've seen in any game. It is a great photo mode. I really like having animated things as well. Another game that has a really good photo mode is Hellblade 2, Senua's Saga.
Shimura 殿を返してもらうぞ。さあ、アリフ、トルキン。
やったね。
そう申したであろう。
この音何？
わからぬ。だがおそらくもうこの兵器。
Still won't let me do the thing with the sword wipe. I thought it might be when the enemies are actually gone. But no, I'm sliding to the right and it's still not doing it. But maybe it'll do it later when it might actually... I can't remember though if the game points out to you these things.
以上は無理だ。
お主は戻れ。
一人で。
逃げ道を探しておけ。叔父上を助けたらすぐに引く。
馬も用意しとく。
頼む。俺が戻らねば森に逃げろ。
Helps if I pay attention. I really am enjoying this game in this mode. I'm glad I waited till my second playthrough. I remember when I did my first playthrough, some people were upset that I wasn't playing, at least with the Japanese language, for my first playthrough, but I knew that if I liked the game after my first playthrough, that I would actually do this mode and have the Japanese language for a future one. So I wanted to make that this playthrough. I'd also like to in the future do like stealth playthroughs and stuff like that too. Because this mode being in black and white, when an enemy is about to attack me and there's that effect that you see on their weapon, when you have the regular color on, you can obviously see by the color of that what type of attack it is, but in this mode I'm going to have to pay attention to the actual animation. But at the same time, it's also making me really, really careful to the point where I'm sort of like holding back for a few moments before deciding what to do. So it's a little bit of a balance that I will hopefully get used to, but then when stances are introduced and all that kind of stuff, but we'll just see how we do. Shadow, you love this game way better in Japanese language, more accurate, Oh, that's a good idea too as well, Like, Assassin's Creed games that I've done a language playthrough with is Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood with the Italian language, Assassin's Creed Unity with the French language, and then Assassin's Creed Mirage with Arabic. And so now this game with the Japanese language is a new game that I haven't done that kind of thing with before, so I really like doing it though. Zelcat and Shadows Yasuke can speak fluent Japanese even though he just arrived in the country. Yeah, isn't there a bit of time that he's been there though? I'm not too sure on the timeline of events. Because what I saw, like spoiler wise, didn't really show like a year or a few months later or anything like that. Shadow, basically it depends on knowing when the enemy is going to hit up with basic or strong attacks. You'll get to know better in the future. That's true, Shadow, yeah. Because see, I'm so used to using the color of the effect around the weapon to let me know. So it's going to take a while for me to adjust to actually noticing. Like when I played, what was the first? Assassin's Creed 1. When I played the first Assassin's Creed game for the first time without a HUD, I had to sort of like pay more attention to the animations. Oh, and with Unity as well, playing without the HUD, it uses a system as well where enemies will have a certain kind of like, look when they're about to attack. Hey there, DC, welcome on in. How about Assassin's Creed Old New York where the dialogue is in Pig Latin? Not too sure, to be honest, DC. Yeah, I don't know much about that variation of Latin. Although the name sounds familiar. How's it going, DC? Shadow, it's about adapting to it. Exactly. Yeah, getting used to it. It's like when your eyes adjust to a dark room, you start to see more clearly things that you couldn't initially. Hey there, Dr. Darling. Welcome on in. Rod is playing the real Assassin's Creed Tsushima. This time in Kurosawa mode. DC, you're going to try out Assassin's Creed Shadows. The chances of that around release are very, very slim. I've already watched the ending because I was curious about how certain things played out, and also the present day stuff with the Animus Hub. So I've looked at all that. But at this stage, I've got no plans to actually play it. If I do, though, it'll be in the future when it's on sale. Shadow, you can see more people are starting to play Ghost of Tsushima again ever since AC Shadow's disastrous launch. I mean, it's understandable too, as well. Like, I timed my playthrough so it would be around the time of release. More for like a little bit of a meme type thing, but also because I wanted to get this playthrough done before the year ended. So starting it in March is definitely a good idea for that purpose. I mean, there's definitely things that this game doesn't do that Assassin's Creed does, like you can't scale buildings, for example, like you can in Assassin's Creed. But the whole system with the combat versus going in stealthily, I mean, at this stage, of course, the game wants us to be more combat focused, but as things go on, you can choose whether you want to stick with that or if you want to be more stealthy. But I think from memory, not 100% of the game, though. Like, you can't... Like, there will be moments where you use stealth, but maybe not. It'd be interesting to do a playthrough where you can't use stealth. Zereth redeems antagonized Jack. Wait, wrong game. Absolutely, Zereth. How's it going? Shadow, you still need to get this game's last trophies before Ghost of Yotai releases. So, with the trophies that you've got so far, how have they been, like, difficulty-wise? Zalcat, would a samurai climb buildings? Probably not, no. Not in that way, at least. But I guess it's like video games where your character can jump when they don't necessarily really need to, as in, like, you know... Like, for example, does Alan Wake really need to jump if he was in real life? Not really, but he can jump in the game. Okay, you thought so. Exactly, yeah. But I mean, from a perspective of, is the gameplay 100% like an Assassin's Creed game? Therefore making it 100% better than an Assassin's Creed game in those respects. It's kind of like, well, you know, it'd be like comparing a Tomb Raider game to a Doom game. It's like, one game is primarily focused on platforming and jumping around and climbing stuff, whereas Doom isn't so much. There might be some things you jump onto and jump up onto and all that kind of stuff, but... But I think this game proves that you can have one character and give the player options whether they want to be more combat or more stealth. Shadow, not that hard. You're actually at full 90% and with the platinum on the main story. Oh, that's good then, though. That's really good. DC Vol Van Halen could always jump. Did Van Halen do that song? I didn't even realize. If it's the song I'm thinking of.
腕試しと行くぞ。نزل الماء الشغل وجمده. Oto yakak balakwi.から己のことは聞いておるぞ、堺人。こやつに見せてやる。己が我に蹂躙されて情けをこう姿をな。さあどうする、堺人。たやすく平和が戻るとおじに見せてやれ。死にたくはなかろう。がいない。またしても父にジン、手を貸さんか。お前は死ぬのが衆生のためだ。
若様、そろそろです。
ああ、今参る。
DC, yeah, on their 1984 album, or the album name is 1984. If it's the song I'm thinking, I've heard that so many times here and there over the years that I didn't even ever know who did it. Shadow, yeah, 4 trophies left and you'll be fully done. That's really good that you've only got that many left as well. I don't know if there's any games on PlayStation that I would dedicate to doing a platinum trophy with, like, you know, getting all trophies with, but you never know. But it wouldn't be a game that's like big and massive. Like it'd probably be a smaller scale game where I would do that, but I should do that for one game at least on the channel. I mean, with the Dark Pictures series of horror games, I've gone for certain things that give you a trophy, but generally I like to do that as a one focus thing. Like, I might get multiple trophies in the playthrough, but I like to do individual playthroughs of those games to get individual trophies because it gives me more opportunities to play the game over and over again. Because I really like those games a lot. Mr. Gote, Black and White mode looks sick. You can't wait to play this on PC. Definitely recommend, dude, for sure. I'm really enjoying it. They also do something too with the audio. You'll notice a change in audio, so it's not like a glitch or anything. But the audio has some kind of like effect done to it as well to simulate movies from this sort of like, you know, the time period that the movies themselves were actually done in. Yeah, Dr. Darling, a free leap of fail. Shadow, this is how it feels being the last of your clan, the only one left. Yeah, it'd be one of those things too, like anything where you belong to something, you know, when that falls apart or things change and, you know, people move away or whatnot, if it's like a group and stuff, you know, these sort of things, you know, feeling like the last time something will be a certain way, you know, like if you're going to visit someone that you know is moving away for a long time, somewhere different, you know, different town, different even country sometimes, where, you know that that's the last time that you're going to see them for a while, you know. Yeah, the audio sounds different. Yeah, I can't explain what they change about it, but I think there sounds like there's a volume reduction slightly as well, or maybe it's just the way that the audio actually is treated, because it sounds a bit, I guess tinny is the word maybe, but not necessarily. It's funny with that fight with the Khan. I've seen videos where people have actually kept on fighting without actually, you know, triggering the cutscene early. And the game starts to have the character of Khan do all these cheat moves to try and, you know, say to the player, look, you've had your fun, you've bested us, you've been able to get through this fight without triggering the cutscene early, but we really, really want you to trigger the cutscene early now. So if you could please just, you know, die, quote unquote die, then, you know, that's fine. It happened to you, Shadow. Yeah, it's so funny, that kind of thing as well. Like in Origins 2, there's a moment with Bayek where you can sort of hold your own for a bit, but eventually, you know, you'll get, because the game will start to do things that, you know, it doesn't normally do to try and fuck you up. Assassin's Creed Unity, there's also a moment where Arno is fighting in a tavern, and it's like a flashback sequence, and you can just take the hits and then the cutscene will start, or you can just keep fighting. But if you manage to defeat all the opponents, the cutscene plays anyway. Shadow, you were way OP, beated him easily, and despite that, the game puts it like he defeats you. Yeah, Shadow, you're like, look, I defeated the Khan. And then the game's like, no, you didn't. It's the second Keone. Yeah, first playthrough was last year. Shadow, the power of timing versus the power of law. Exactly, Shadow. The game is like, look, we're in control of how things are going to go, and this is how it's going to go. You might have defeated us for a bit, but we're going to actually do it the way that we want it to be done. Yeah, Keone, I really enjoyed the game, the first playthrough. I actually put it up there with Red Dead Redemption 2 as one of those games that I just really, really, really enjoyed a lot. And I think the quality of the whole production and all that kind of stuff is just chef's kiss. Also, I said this at the start of the stream, but I wanted to have my playthrough of this and Red Dead 2, my annual one of Red Dead 2, take place in the schedule at the same time, because there's a nice sort of like connection between samurai movies and Western movies that Ghost of Tsushima and Red Dead 2, respectively, take inspiration from. The spaghetti westerns, for example, like Clint Eastwood, with A Fistful of Dollars for Red Dead 2, and Seven Samurai for Ghost of Tsushima. In fact, there were several samurai movies, or movies with samurai in them, that were actually remade as westerns. So you had Seven Samurai by Kurosawa was redone as The Magnificent Seven, and then you had Yojimbo, which was done as A Fistful of Dollars. There's probably heaps of other examples, but they're two examples that I can think of off the top of my head. So I think there's a nice sort of like connection between the two genres as well. Like, I mean, if you think about it, with the samurai code and honor and all that kind of stuff, but then you have like the gunslinger kind of thing where there's like a little bit of an honor thing where it's like, you know, the standoff, you know, being equals, and it's all about then who's the quickest on the draw and the firing, you know, to defeat the other person. But there's this sense of sort of honor. Now, I know it's not actually accurate to real life. Like, a lot of Westerns had those sorts of things, but in reality, there was a lot of, you know, just shooting people behind their back. Just, you know, there was hardly any sort of like, I'm going to challenge you to a duel, so let's stand in the center of town with all these onlookers looking. It'd probably be more like just walk up to the person and shoot them in the head, and then, you know, a fight ensues in the tavern, in the saloon, and then so on and so forth. Salcat, so if you put your TV or monitor to black and white, it wouldn't look the same. Not too sure on that. Salcat, like, I would assume, but I don't know what they might have had to do to make this filter be the way it is versus like something that's just normally grayscale. But that reminds me, I tried one time to have a redemption for Red Dead Redemption 2, a Twitch channel point redemption, where when someone would redeem it, I would put the game in black and white. But even though I changed my settings in the game to try and, you know, counteract that, it wouldn't work. But then again, I would have to actually stream it from my PC. I don't actually have a PC. I've got a laptop, but, you know, PC/laptop. It wouldn't be able to handle Red Dead Redemption 2. But if I wanted to do that kind of thing with Red Dead Redemption 2, I'd have to actually stream it from my laptop and use, you know, some other method to put it in black and white. Shadow Akira Kurosawa was way an inspiration back in those times. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely cool when that happens, you know. Like, you look at a lot of filmmakers that are well known for certain styles of stuff. Like, Steven Spielberg is usually known for his kind of like, you know, adventure, family-friendly, not all his movies are, but movies that have some kind of like family-friendly element to them, like E.T., but it also has some other things in it too that, you know, adults can enjoy when they're watching the movies and stuff. But yeah, there's just certain filmmakers that really, really stand out amongst the others. And it doesn't mean that those others are necessarily bad or anything. It just means that there's certain filmmakers that their movies just seem to be, you know, the ones that are legendary, or they're used a lot as educational tools for filmmakers and stuff. Lucas, well, Rod, you've officially been here a year. You joined last year when you were playing this. Oh, that's awesome, Lucas. That's really cool. Thank you so very much for that as well. That's awesome. Time flies, though, doesn't it? Like, that's just crazy. Oh, no trouble at all, Lucas.
坂井殿の息子とあらば、お前は我が子も同然だ。
しい君は何よりも民を守られた。まことのものの不よ。
全て私のせいです。
ジン、それでも武士か。
父上は私をかばって。
息子を守るため戦で死んだのだ。無念はない。それがモノノフ。これからはお前が意志を継げ。あやつの魂はこの太刀に宿っておる。これを父と思え。明日わしの砦に来るがよい。迎え入れよう。今日は父に別れを告げろ。
父上、お導きください。
動けって頼むから。
ユノ、ユノ。
ジェン、どうだった？
志村殿を見つけお助けしようとしたが、あえなくハーンに。叔父上は嘆いておろ
あんたが無事でよかったよ。
命を捨てても対馬を救うつもりが、今や猛虎に故郷を乗っ取られ、味方もいなくなった。
自分より強いやつに負ける気持ちわかるよ。 情けないよね。でも死んじまったら元も子もない。生き延びるためなら何だってやらなくちゃ。
このまま再びハーンに挑んだとしても返り討ちに遭うのは必定。他の手立てを考えねばなるまい。そうして志村殿を救い故郷を取り戻そう。
だったら私が。
騎兵だ。ハーンの番犬だ。
大勢で来る。まずい、隠れなきゃ。
Zonder sermste.
Erin hebt dus bijna.
Samurai olhos usti bolok no. Ende.
あんたを探してるんだ。馬が逃げちまったじゃないか。
主の元に戻るようしつけてあれ。
すごいな。猛虎はあんたを探してる。
お主は逃げろ。俺が猛虎兵を引きつける。
タカを助けるまでそばを離れるつもりはないよ。
ではまず加勢を得ねばな。腕が立つといえば石川先生や足立雅子殿、このお二人を。
タカだって腕はいい。あの子を助ければ島で一番の鍛冶屋が味方につくんだ。城に忍び込める道具だって作れるよ。
では壁を登れるようなものは。
タカの腕なら朝飯前さ。
捕まった場所は
ケチのあたりだった。
お主は先に行っておれ。後で向かおう。
あの子は弱いから長くは持たない。
ユナ、必ず弟は助ける。
志村様を。
That is just so fucking awesome. I love that. That music and just the cinematography is just chef's kiss. Shadow, Lucas, you were blown away by this game because of how beautiful it is? Oh, absolutely. They did such a great job with how things look, like creating the atmosphere and everything to help with immersion as well, because that goes a long way to helping immerse into a game world as well. Shadow Jin is quite resilient, survived a whole war zone and now falls from a tall bridge, and yet he's still in one piece. That's true. Yeah. He's got a little bit of plot armor there. He's able to survive those things. Dr. Darling, the good thing is, if you're alt-tabbing because of work, you won't get spoilers because you don't speak Japanese. Well, that's definitely fair, Dr. Darling. That's a good way to look at it too, if you want to avoid spoilers. If you're not familiar, I'm not familiar with the language. Like, I learnt some of it in primary school, and then some of it in the first year of high school, but that was it. So I don't understand the words, but from the perspective of someone watching the stream who wants to avoid spoilers, it's definitely perfect for that, because you're not even gonna, get spoiled by the actual dialogue. Unless you know the language, of course. You have 3+1 Samurai Ninja games to play: Sekiro, Neo 2, Ghost of Tsushima plus AC Shadows. I don't know how you would think about it, but there's a game that I definitely want to play again this year, which is Mark of the Ninja. It's 2.5D, but it's a really fun game. It has a really cool sort of like art style, and also I like the types of kills you can do as well. And there's like a point system that rewards you with points for doing certain kinds of things, like if an enemy sees another enemy get killed without seeing you, then they'll get scared, you get points for that and things like that. Shadow, now you can officially sheath your sword with the pad. Well, that is good, because I was wondering when. Alright, so let's try it. There we go. Alright, so up is the wind. Down is to bow and interact with certain things to create certain things. Then the flute to change the weather and stuff. I think that's a really cool idea. Have that beautiful flute music then after that. There's something I want to do while I think about it. Be right back. I don't really have a solid plan of attack for this 100% playthrough in that respect of going around and, doing side stuff and all that kind of thing. But what I usually try to do is I usually try and progress the main story in small increments, if possible, and do a lot of side stuff. before doing more main story stuff. But I'll probably be a little bit all over the place in this first stream and maybe the second one while I get into the groove of what I actually want to go off and do and things. But for now, we'll not do any more of the main story yet. Ah, damn it. I got the timing wrong. I should have moved the camera first. Because I wanted to see that front on. But there'll be more opportunities to do it. One of the things I really liked how in this game you've got manual jump, which in and of itself, talking about comparing this to Assassin's Creed earlier, Assassin's Creed used to let you do that from 2007 in the first game up until 2014 with Assassin's Creed Unity. Well, technically in the Chronicles games you can do it whenever you want as well. But in the main entries, Assassin's Creed Unity was the last game in that series where you could actually jump when you wanted to. From Assassin's Creed Syndicate onwards, and until Shadows, and up until then, and probably forever now, you can't do it. So in this game, it's fun. I find it fun running at an enemy, then doing a big jump and then slash with the sword. Especially doing it off like a hill or a slope that's higher than the enemy. Okay, singing crickets. Crickets are a symbol of autumn, and an inspiration for many poems and lyrical works. Prized for their singing, they are often caught and kept in small cages. They can be found everywhere in nature, though some say it's best to look in cemeteries, where they sing to comfort the dead. Singing crickets needed to learn a new flute melody as 4. the things I'll be reading for this playthrough won't be things like, iron and talking about linen, but I will be reading the stuff that we actually collect that has something to read about it, like singing crickets, for example, and other collectibles. I really like how all locations in this game that you unlock are actual fast travel points as well. I think that was a good idea. Instead of it just being specific things that you could fast travel to, it's good that pretty much every single location is a fast travel point when you unlock it. Something too with this mode I need to get used to is recognizing when there's something to actually pick up and loot. Because if something is the same color as the ground, it's going to be camouflaged to my eyes. However, this doesn't mean it's an invitation to backseat and say, go back that way, you missed something. If I miss something, I'll eventually go back and get it anyway, because I'm doing 100%. Obviously, there's things that keep spawning in that you can collect. So those things I'm not counting. But collectibles for sure.
お侍様、ここを通ってはなりません。
武士と知っていながら俺を止めるのか。どういう了見だ。
私の役目は神社を守ること。この戦が終わった後、神のご加護を再び求めて民が詣に来る時に鳥居がなくては困るでしょう。
今こそ加護がいる時だ。
そうですが、社への道は険しく、私も一度参ろうとしたところ途中で死にかけました。
俺ならたどり着ける。木登りも崖登りも得意であったからな。
もし社まで行けましたら、島のためお祈りしてご符をお持ち帰りください。身につければ御身をお守りくださるはずです。
故郷のため役立てよう。助かった。
対馬にある鳥居は全て神の社へと通じています。ご符もそこで得られることでしょう。
Hey there, Coffee Ton. It's subjective, but this black and white mode doesn't do justice to the beauty of the game. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't recommend it for like a first-time playthrough, because you don't get to see the way that the game was, intended to be looking. So it's more like a niche thing, where if you have played the game at least once before and you want to try it out, and you're sort of like curious to see how the game would play, then definitely understandable if you prefer having the original color scheme and stuff. Leap of fail. That makes me think I could also actually have that redeemed for this game as well. I'll sort that out soon. Lucas, yeah, where's the color? A lot of Kurosawa's early movies were in black and white. So this mode is a tribute to his samurai movies that were in black and white. He did do color movies, of course, though. It wasn't all black and white movies, but I chose the Japanese language individually at the start, but I didn't realize that it was tied into the Kurosawa mode as well. So when you activate Kurosawa mode, it automatically changes it to that. I mean, I think you might be able to change it up if you want to just keep the English language, but for this playthrough I thought I'd go all in for my second run of the game. Hey there, Adam. Thank you so much. I definitely will have a good stream of Ghost of Tsushima. What a beautiful game. Is this on console, by the way? It is, Adam, yeah. Yeah, it's a PlayStation exclusive in terms of consoles. And it really is. The visuals are just chef's kiss in this game. And if you like photo mode in games, this one's really cool too, because of the fact that you can still have things in the environment moving in the shot if you want to, or you can make everything stop still if you like as well. Oh, definitely, Adam. Yeah, definitely highly recommend it, for sure, as well. Hope you can get it for a good price. Adam, I was already on minus 33%, waiting for a little more, and then you pull the trigger. Oh, that's fair too, as well. Yeah, there's been games like that for me too, where I look at the price on a sale and I'm like, that's a good reduction, but it's not the reduction I'm looking for. And then wait a little longer. Sometimes that doesn't help with the timing of when I want to stream certain games, though. But there's games where I'm like, I wanna get this. I wonder if it's on sale right now, and I've had the timing right where it's been on sale. Like there's been some horror games that when October's come around, I'm like, oh, I wonder if there's any games on sale in October, and I'm like, oh, cool. One of the games I wanted to stream is actually on sale, you know. That's a really good idea too that I like. When you actually get to the top of the shrine, once you're done, you can do a shortcut to get down to the entrance of it again. Whoops. Sorry, Sora. Here we go. There we go. This time I remembered to put the camera so it was in front of Jin first, before doing that. Something I wish games gave the option for, and this is purely just because I like to move the camera sometimes in quote-unquote dramatic ways when certain things are happening, just to add a little bit of extra flavor. I'd really like personally to have the ability to lock the camera onto the character's face and have the camera and the actual movement of the player lock into a forward path, so that you can have the character talking with the camera actually facing their face when they talk as they're moving along, instead of having to try and manually do it, which sort of like interrupts the flow, because I might accidentally move the camera slightly too far and not get the face of the character in frame, if at all, or in the way in which I want to. But that's just a me thing. I like to do that kind of stuff with games. It's tricky. Like in Red Dead Redemption 2, with the cinematic mode, it's a bit of a pain, because as soon as you go into that mode when the character's actually walking somewhere, it can completely disorient me to the point where I start having the character walk in the wrong direction. And then sooner or later you get to the point where you fail the mission because you've gone the wrong way. Shit, I didn't want to talk over dialogue. Well, I've got to restart the game now. Just kidding. Hey there, Apostle. Welcome. You just came back from work. You'd be here earlier, but there was a fight you had to witness to make your night. Oh, damn, Apostle. Bloody hell. These things that just, happen. You wake up that morning not expecting them, but then they happen, and then you think to yourself, what the hell? I hope things are okay. And that's no worries at all. Like, yeah. Whether you arrive at the stream early or late, it's always appreciated. Hey there, Levy. Good morning to you as well. Samurai Rod. Should change the name of the channel temporarily to Samurai Rod, or Rod Samurai. I'm doing well, thanks, Levy. I'm having a good day today, having a good weekend so far. How about yourself? I hope you're having a good one. Another thing, of course, that is a companion to my Red Dead 2 playthrough on the channel, at the same time as having this playthrough, is horseback riding. I like the horse mechanics in this. You don't have to keep an eye on certain things like you do in Red Dead Redemption 2, but still. Levy, thank you so very much for the 54 months in a row. 54. That's amazing. Thank you so very much for that. Really, really appreciate it. You're well. Just woke up. A few more months. Yeah, a few more. Just a handful. That's awesome, though. Thank you so very much. You're well. You just woke up. Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. Well, I hope that you have a great day today. And I hope that you got some good sleep as well. Shadow, how's the game going up so far? I think it's going good. Yeah. When we get to the point where we have different stances and then having to recognize what kind of stance to switch to on the fly when I can't actually see the color of the shimmering on the enemy weapon to let me know when to do certain things. Once we get to that point, it'll probably start to frustrate me in some ways, but I'm definitely still dedicated to playing the game like this all the way through, though. Apostle, you're good. You weren't involved, but one of the dudes just didn't want to stop fighting, despite the other 7 guys realized there was a cop nearby, ended up putting someone to sleep. Oh, really, Apostle? Damn. Well, that's good that you weren't involved. And it's good, too, that it didn't spill over, to where you were, affected and stuff as well. Levy, doing any special challenge? Not necessarily, but this mode will be a bit of a challenge because when the enemy's about to strike, if you have the game normal, you can actually see what color the shimmering on their weapon will be to give you an indication of what type of reaction to have. But in this mode, can't see the color. So I have to sort of get used to noticing enemy animations and all that kind of stuff. Shadow, the game is a teacher also, which is why you love this game so much. Oh yeah, it's good if you're looking for that kind of thing in a game when they actually deliver it. It's like, come on, Jin, you're not Geralt from Witcher 3.
さあかかってこい。
心の内では震えているんだろう。
はあ。いや
Nice. Can now equip an additional charm. Apostle 2019 was an awesome year for games. You had this one, Red Dead 2 and God of War 2. Yeah, those new God of War games, I haven't actually played them yet, but I wouldn't mind at some point, which at this point, some point could be next month or it could be next decade. But I do have a lot of games in my to get to eventually list, and I'm like, is this year going to be the year I finally get to this game? Because I do have a lot of sort of standard games, I would say, that I always like to have on the channel at least once a year. So that takes up a bit of time as well. But I want to do some sort of unscheduled stuff as well, because it gives me the opportunity to maybe do a stream of a game that I can get done in one stream as well. And I might be in the mood for that game, and so it sort of fits in. Shadow, this game came out in 2020. Clean and sheath, perfect. That's right, it was 2020, wasn't it? Yeah, what a year that was. But yeah, that was really good. It's good that I can actually do that now. Shinto shrines. The way of the kami, or Shinto, is woven into the fabric of daily life on Tsushima. Shrines dot the island, many forgotten with the passage of time, though intrepid explorers can find them. Shrines contain charms and waxwood. Inari shrines. Some of Tsushima's shrines, I'm going to butcher the Japanese words every so often, unfortunately. I do try as much as I can when there's words from a different of a different language to actually pronounce them properly, but I can be very hit and miss. Some of Tsushima's shrines are dedicated to Inari, kami of agriculture and plenty. Foxes are Inari's messengers and are often drawn to these sacred places. Find and honor the island's shrines to Inari. Inari shrines needed to earn a minor charm slot is 3. There'll be some locations I just want to actually unlock to then come back to later, because my reasoning is I'll be able to just fast travel directly there in the future instead of having to travel all the way there. I just wanted him to drop down to the next thing, not go way too far over the actual edge. There we go. That's where I wanted him to jump. Shadow, really? Suicide? Leap of fail attempt. Unintentionally. Shadow, you mean, don't get you wrong, sometimes you tend to make Jin jump off higher places just to see him off himself, just to laugh a little. Get the pleasure of seeing a character fall to their death. Then you get the games that have ragdoll physics as well. Cheesy, from the creators of Kill Bill comes a game that's very black and white. Ghost of Tsushima. How's it going, Cheesy? I haven't seen those movies for a very long time. I saw them when they came out at the movies, and then I think maybe just once each after they came out on DVD and stuff. Oh, nice, Cheesy. That's cool. Glad to hear that you're going good. You're playing Final Fantasy VII franchise games at the moment. Did Crisis Core first, not doing 7 Remake. So Crisis Core, is that like a spin-off? Because I haven't actually played any of the Final Fantasy games, except for one of the really old ones that was on Super Nintendo. I think they renamed it Mystic Quest or something. But I remember there being some kind of confusion between releases, where the original release of some of the early games were numbered one way, but then when they were ported to other, regions, they gave it a different number or something to that effect. Cheesy. Crisis Core Reunion is a spin-off, but it's kind of the start before Final Fantasy VII Remake. Then comes Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. As old ones was the PlayStation Portable FF7 Crisis Core, then FF7 in the 90s, and the Double O's. Oh yeah. That would probably have to be the franchise that has probably the most games in a series, or at least in the top 5, I would imagine. Hey there, Oliver. Is this the Ghost of Tsushima? It is at the moment. Welcome, Oliver. Nice wordplay there. How's it going? It is good, too, in this game to just go around and explore. So there'll definitely be a lot of that in this playthrough. Me just going around looting stuff. But also unlocking fast travel locations that I can then later on go back to when I actually want to focus on doing a lot of side stuff. But for now, I just want to explore around. Shadow, you got to be honest though, you never understood, nor are you a fan of Final Fantasy VII series. Final Fantasy series. I got so used to saying Final Fantasy VII there a moment ago. One of the reasons... Now, I'm sure that there's a lot of great stories and all that kind of stuff. And characters. But for me, it was never enough to push through the turn-based combat. Now, I know that there's some games in the series that don't have that, which is fine. So, who knows? I may actually play one of the Final Fantasy games beyond one of the early ones from the Super Nintendo era. And actually finish it. If there's a good one that doesn't have turn-based combat. Oh, nice, Oliver. You just finished watching F1 qualifying in Shanghai. Aussie man got first place. Oh, really? Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, that's good. I hope you enjoyed it. Shadow, you just don't like turn-based games. I don't blame you. Like, for me, it's like, I just want to get in there and start attacking. Like, I know it's... about strategy and all that kind of stuff. But you can still have strategy in a game where you don't have turn-based combat. But I can kind of get why people like it, though. Because there's probably a little bit of a challenge in that, where it's like your timing and what you choose to actually do in the moment is probably partly where people get the enjoyment out of it. Cheesy, some of the games you love, mainly the voice ones, including 10, 13, and 15. Oh, yeah. So what is the actually, like, excluding the remakes of Final Fantasy VII, what is the latest one? Oliver, for yourself, sunny day today, so that's great. Oh, very nice, dude, that's good. It's always good when the weather is the way that you would like it.
Samurai! 내게 못 써. 잠만. 저 저기 오고.
There we go. Rematch 1.
コムダでは大勢が亡くなったとか。どうやって生き残ったのです？
何もかも失ってしまった。
何があった？
宿で寝ていたはずだったのに、目が覚めたら周りが猛虎だらけで宿が奪われたんです。
休息を求める者を狙うつもりか。成敗せねば。
Oliver, other than mourning your grandma, things are going great. Yeah, that's the thing too that's really tough. You know, like getting used to someone not being there anymore. And then there's things that will, you know, remind you of them or memories that you had and stuff. Cheesy, Final Fantasy 16 is the latest. That's not a remake or a remaster. It's the first 18 plus Final Fantasy game. Oh, really? Ah. So is it like a really sort of like in the combat, is there like blood and stuff where there wasn't before, or? Yeah, Oliver F, the samurai has fallen. Yeah, that's definitely going to happen a lot in this playthrough. But also too, that enemy that had the dual swords was pretty tough. Chikurin headband. The warrior's mind is quiet but alive, like rustling bamboo. Yeah, Shadow, it must have been the wind actually. Look, here's the wind now. Cheesy, not sure, he never played Final Fantasy 16. Oh, that's fair enough too, yeah. Oliver, exactly. It's tough for sure, but you got to remain strong for them and keep going. Absolutely, for sure, Oliver. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy, of course, but it's good to try, you know, as much as you can. I think that's all that can be, you know, expected of people too, as well, is to just do the best that they can. And everyone grieves in their own way as well, and, you know, it can be tough. It's sort of like trying to, you know, navigate through. Oh, you did, Shadow? Oh, cool. You already got that headband? Nice. Yeah, Biko. Welcome on in. How's it going? Finally starting my playthrough. 100% Kurosawa Mode Japanese Language playthrough. Shadow, Aoi Village. It's funny, the words A or Oi, sort of like ways to get someone's attention. A, Oi. Oliver, question, PC or PlayStation? I see you like PlayStation a lot, lol. Yeah, I used to stream primarily from my Xbox, but then the Xbox had a thing where it would make the audio on every single game I streamed have some kind of like delay or jitteriness and stuttering and all that kind of stuff. I'd always wanted to get another PlayStation console because the last one I got before my PS5 was PS2. So it'd been a while. And the timing was just such that when those issues were happening with Xbox, I had already gotten the PS5. So I started to stream a lot of the games that I used to do on Xbox that were also on PlayStation. The only games I do on Xbox now are ones that are on Xbox 360 or Xbox Original, because my laptop can handle using the Xbox Companion app and OBS at the same time, remotely connected to the console, but only for games that don't require a lot of processing power, but also because of the fact that if I go full screen with the Xbox app, you can't get rid of the widget that's on screen. I can only get rid of it if I'm doing Xbox Original, Xbox 360, because I can hide the widget off the edges of the screen. And I don't want to do a playthrough of a game with some widget on screen that's not part of the actual game itself. But I've got a very, very potato laptop, which can't even run games from 2010. Like, when I first tried Alan Wake 1 on my PC, even on the lowest settings, it was still stuttering. So I was like, okay. It's only emulated games from, like, you know, NES up until PS2. But even then, that's stretching it. Because I tried streaming the PS2 version on emulation of Silent Hill 2 original one time, but it was very, very difficult to sustain any really good frame rate. Kept on having to make changes to the options and stuff, but never got it 100% right.
No, please don't kill me, Mr. Arnold. I want to be in the sequel.
Thanks for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. That's true, it can run Tetris, but only the original version. None of this Tetris 2 stuff. No, just kidding. Oliver, alright, great to know. You just want a game finally again, and you're thinking whether you should wait and invest in a PC or buy a good gaming console and go with that. Yeah, I guess it depends, really, as well. I've been a console gamer since I was 5, so it's kind of ingrained in me by now. But having said that, though, there are games that I've played on the PC, of course. But mainly they were like first-person shooters, or they were point-and-click adventure games. Dr. Darling, that was from Scream. Uh-huh. Scream. The first one. Oliver, because you're more of a casual gamer right now anyway, and your laptop is a proper rotten potato too. Yeah, if I had to spare $3,000 laying around and I wanted to spend it on a laptop, then that's what I'd be looking at. Thank you, Shadow, for redeeming a random Assassin's Creed quote.
あの日を忘れることは決してない。俺が子供でなければ、弱く臆病でなければ、父上を守れた。
The game's not frozen, by the way. Just putting it in photo mode while I grab a quote. Alright, so I've got one. Ah, long have we waited for you to return. You have done as we asked. You have succeeded. No, I have failed. My people are gone, chased out by those who I thought would protect them. It is a trade, a sacrifice, and not in vain, for you have found it. This? Now you must hide it, where none shall think to look, and then, in time, what once was shall be again. I do not understand, nor need you. Only do as we ask, then you may do as you wish. But what of my people? You have saved this place, as was your people's purpose, and that matters most. It is not enough. It will never be enough. You strive for that which does not exist. Still, you have made a difference, and you will do so again. Remember, you must hide the amulet where none might find it. That's from Assassin's Creed 3. That's Juno talking to Connor. Thanks for redeeming that, Shadow. Zereth redeems Duel of Fail. A Duel of Fail. Interesting. I'll have like 20 channel point redeems eventually. That's a good suggestion, though, for maybe a future playthrough. Who knows? Dr. Darling, now you want to play AC3 again? But weekends are your lazy days. You can lay back and do nothing besides watching streams. Well, that's definitely fair too. But yeah, it's a good one, that one. I still feel like it gets unfairly criticized, but hey, it's all good.
お侍、お頼みしたいことが。
噂によると、浜にある袋を片付けてる人がいるらしい。ないのかね。そりゃ危ないさ。でも対馬のお侍様を野ざらしにしておくわけにもいかないだろ。
命を捨ててまで対馬や私たちを守ってくれたからね。
だからこそ友達で差し上げたいんだろうな。
みんなと一緒に死ねばよかった。
Shadow, you may play AC3 one time again, maybe. Oh, yeah. It's been a while since I played it, actually. The last time I did was for my annual playthroughs last year. So if redeems make Dr. Darling 87 play all the AC games again, right now. One after the other, no breaks, no stops. Dr. Darling, that's 10 million channel points, except Valhalla. That one you can play for 1 billion points. That's a lot of points. Apostle, how many channel points for you to replay AC Rogue lol? There's no number in the world that would allow that to happen. In the past, for April Fools, I've gone to YouTube and I've found a video that has like all the intros to the game, including like the logos and all that kind of stuff of Ubisoft, etc. And one time I let that all play out without saying anything for a little while, because I used OBS to stream that YouTube video. But then it ended the stream, of course, because that's not what I was streaming that day. Officially, like properly. Zereth, oh darling, for you, you would play it, Rod Legion, and a no sleep till done? Jeez. That would be a lot. Darling, the pig was a predator. I mean, there's definitely some games where that classification would be fitting. Shadow, all that for a boar? Exactly, Zereth. Yeah, just a casual stroll on the beach. Next to it will be sandcastles. Imagine that as a mini game. I love doing that attack. Gallop up on the horse, jump off of the horse, and then do an airstrike. In beta. Thank you so very much, dude, for the 9 months in a row. That's awesome. Really appreciate that a lot, dude. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Zereth, you have to make 50 sandcastles in a row using QuickTime event. And then you got to defend it from randoms that just try to kick it over. Oh, nice, Amita. That's good, dude. Glad that you're going well. I hope that work will be good today as well. As for me, I'm doing good. At the moment, just exploring. It's been so cool so far playing in this mode. Really adds a whole different immersive feel to it all. Plus, I do like games where you can set the language to the region that the game is set in. Oh, cheers, Amita. Thanks, dude. Nice one, Amita. How goes Ghosts of Sushi? It's going really well. Still very early in the game, though. But I like to, when I'm doing 100% playthroughs, I like to make sure that there's less side stuff remaining than story stuff. Zereth, and then the revenge story arc starts. Revenge for your father's sandcastle that got destroyed by Ronan. Amity, you did everything in this game except for Legends mode. Oh yeah, oh cool. Yeah, I definitely won't be doing that. So it's not a full 100% completionist. Do all the trophies and whatnot. Zereth, oh dear, this is starting to sound like a AAA game. I don't know. Sounds more like a quadruple A game idea that only Ubisoft specializes in. Yeah, Dr. Darling, requiescat in pace, Horsey.
Sakai-sama.
Hey mate, you were watching a video on your way to work of a YouTuber playing AC Shadows. He got so bored with the game and just killed the character, exited the game and said, I'm done. It is done. I mean, that's definitely fair too. It's like when people walk out of a movie that they're watching but they're not liking, you know. But I was saying earlier that because I don't care about spoilers for that game, I've already looked at the ending and also the Animus Hub stuff. But I won't talk about the spoilers on stream, of course. Dr. Darling, rip Gavin. Zereth, rip bandage off. Here's my contribution. A line from Deus Ex Human Revolution that Jensen actually says. The way he says it is just so funny too. He's like, yeah, rip. In the most uninterested, uncaring way possible. Zereth, in Soviet Russia, the ending looks at you. Zereth, right, going for a shower. Yeah, rip. That's all good, Zereth. One of the benefits in this game of just exploring is I'll probably have a lot of supplies to upgrade stuff later on. In Meta, from what you saw, the game has lots of microtransactions and other stupid stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too, as well. Like, yeah, I mean, it's all optional. You don't have to get it. But the fact that they still have it in there just shows you that they're definitely not gonna, you know, never, like, they're not gonna stop doing that. Thanks for leaving the lurk, Zereth. Oliver, damn, Ubi slop. Ubi Sturgo. Zereth, you be liars, Jubilers. Must have been the wind. Oliver, the wind is the real villain in this game. Especially if it's the farting wind variety. Zereth, Rod's quiet again. Yep. Sometimes I don't talk. You should know this, Zereth, though. It's my MO. I only talk when I actually have something to say. Or I need to, respond to chat, of course.
ユナの弟が気がかりだ。
Oliver, he's passing wind. Zereth, or renting. That's true. That can happen. There was a funny short on YouTube that was talking about how Ubisoft came with the idea about AC Shadows. Basically, they were discussing ideas, and one said, but people hate us now, what do we do? Another one said, we set a game in Japan, add a black person and make people argue about it. That way you get more attention, lol. Well, that side of things is definitely not something that I saw as a issue. For me, it's more about what are you actually doing to the lore of the series. And so with Shadows, not caring about spoilers, I definitely don't mind going to YouTube and, looking at the endings in that context. If there's a game I really want to play, though, I don't do that. But if there's a game that I don't really care for spoilers about, then I'll just watch videos on it. But the whole setting, though, was, requested for a very long time by a lot of fans and stuff. Meta, yeah, the same. You're not really interested in it, even though you love Japan and ninjas and all that. Yeah. It's one of those things, too. I was saying earlier that if there's something in one thing that you like, it doesn't automatically mean you're going to love it in other things, too, as well. There's definitely other things that come into it. Because two things can do the same thing, but one can actually do it better than the other. Oliver, oof. Exactly. As I said, there's going to be a lot of dying in this game. Usually when the game's in color, you can actually see what color the enemy attacks are, so you can then determine what the action is, or the defensive action. Whereas this is a bit off-putting a little bit, just trying to get used to it. It's like, don't mind me, I'm just collecting supplies as I run around the game world. No need to pull your bow out and start to shoot at me. There we go. Another singing cricket. Oliver Rod bringing quick deaths to a new level? Oh, absolutely. Yep, first player in the world to play this game and die in it. And me too, yeah, you love this game, and to you it feels more of an AC game than AC. Then AC is what you meant. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's definitely things that this game does a lot better than recent entries in that series. Oliver, you can't play this game on PC. Oh, really? Oh, damn. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be able to myself. In fact, I probably wouldn't even be able to load the game up. The game would be like, look, there's no point trying to load me up, so I'm just gonna, close down. It'd become sentient. It'd be like, look, Rod, your laptop's potato. How dare you try to load me up on your laptop? Goodbye. And the game uninstalls itself.
It's
interesting. I don't remember in the English language, Sakai actually says stuff when you go to the map. Dr. Darling, you don't think you'll ever play the Kurosawa mode? Having only black and white colors hurts your eyes and now you have a headache. Oh, definitely understandable for sure. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't recommend people push through and just play this game with this mode if that's gonna, cause headaches and stuff. Oh, because of geo-blocking, Oliver, but you've got a potato laptop too. Maybe with a VPN, changing the region could help. Bit of quote-unquote hacking. I went the wrong way on the touchpad. There we go, that's better. Jin's like, I've killed this enemy, now to play the flute. It's like to make the dead enemy's spirit hear music instead of remembering the sounds of the death. Yeah, Oliver. Yeah, funeral music. He's like, here's some funeral music for you. The bird got stuck and then it's like, fuck this, and teleported. Whoops. Oh, darling, what? You took 4 damage? Didn't Cassandra teach this guy how to jump? Yeah, Oliver, leap of fail successful. Nice one, Crooked. Good day, Kuroseni. Kuroseni mode. Hey there, dude. How's it going, Seni? What the fuck? This boar is like, I am invincible. Instead of Boris Grishenko in GoldenEye, it's Boris Grishenko. But seriously though, the amount of times I've actually swung the sword and hit... There we go. Oh, come on, Geralt. Face plant. Oh, it's going great, Crooked. I am enjoying it. A little bit tricky with getting the timing of dodging and stuff sometimes, because the fact that the shimmering around the enemy's weapon doesn't have color to it, it can camouflage itself amongst the background to my eyes. So, but I am enjoying it though. Like, it's still such a great feeling to play this game. Although, bro, these aren't the Mongols. They're not. But maybe they're the pets. Oliver, your toughest opponent so far. Wild hogs. Absolutely. Yeah, Crooked, the boars are invincible. The damn things. That was so annoying. Hey there, the Percenter. Welcome, how's it going? Crooked, this game is a masterpiece. There's nothing about it that isn't negative. Now that's the thing. Even the greatest games still have some things where you're like, this is annoying. All of it is. Good, laugh my ass off. Thanks for the GGs, Oliver. Jumps down 2 meters, dies. It's definitely a visual challenge at times. That is true. Yeah, I definitely feel it's worth doing at least once. There we go. I broke up with my girlfriend of 5 years. I broke up with my girlfriend of 5 years because I found out she was a communist. I should have known. There were red flags everywhere. Nice one, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming that. Pedersen, the game is so colorless. That's true, yeah. For my second playthrough, I wanted to do Kurosawa mode, which puts it in black and white. Crooked, definitely true. Absolutely. Oliver stands up and dies. He's like, I'm up. Nah. Dead. Crooked, the mythical quests are going to be fun with the coloured flowers and you're having to find them. That's true. Yeah, playing the game in black and white, not being able to see the actual proper colours of the flowers. It's going to be like, is this where it is? Is that it? Oliver, too easy, give us a challenge. Now imagine playing on this mode, but also turning the sound off.
勝負しろ。
Hazakçı akıtısınız.
待たせてしまったな。
もうどこにも逃げられません。すべての道が猛虎の手の内です。
道で捕まったのか。
はい。奴ら道沿いに野営を敷いて待ち伏せてます。
奴らを退けるまでどこかに隠れておれ。
Crooked, what does the fox say? Nice call there. La Volpe? Shh. Oliver, meow, 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 meow. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know how foxes sound. Thanks for the GGs. Crooked, it's interesting how the Japanese Jin feels a lot more stoic and badass than the English one, being quieter and understated. It seems to be similar with Naoe in her English and Japanese version. Yeah, that's the other thing too, like when you have characters played by actors that are in the actual like region where the movie or the game is actually, set or even being made, there's a certain difference in atmosphere as well with the performances, depending on which language it's actually in. And there's definitely something to be said for some expressions being kind of like better said in a different language than English, because there might be a certain ring to the way that the words are actually said that makes it even stand out more and have even more impact sometimes as well.
崩折れて落つるごとくに登るれば大きも元は悪しき苗かも。ここへ。
Sora is living dangerously on the edge. Vanity gear. A warrior's presence and bearing can have a big impact on allies and foes alike. Explore Tsushima to find items that let you personalize your appearance. Lighthouses. Tsushima has long been vital to trade and diplomacy between Japan and the kingdoms of Goryeo and China. Lighthouses play a crucial part in this. Reignite lighthouses to give hope to the people and grow your legend. Hot springs. The physical and mental demands of combat require rest and recovery, as every warrior soon learns. Fortunately, Tsushima is strewn with serene and beautiful hot springs. Seek them out to ease fatigue from battle. Every hot spring increases your maximum health. Haiku. It is the solemn duty of every samurai to study the arts, cultivating both observation and imagination. Seek out tranquil places to focus your mind. Each haiku rewards a new headband. Kroger, they forgot the part where Jin thinks either about his uncle, father, or the Khan while undressing.
俺はここだ。
Correct nam kom jum.
Where's this guy running off to? So, Crooked, are you going to be doing some more A Plague Tale Requiem today? You've earned a technique point. Plus an additional Hero of Tsushima technique point. Alright, I'm going to do this. Perfect parry. Parry at the last possible second to perform a deadly counterattack. Earns a moderate amount of resolve. Bamboo strikes. The course of a battle can change in a moment. Victory and defeat are decided in the blink of an eye. A samurai must take every opportunity to train. Hone your sword technique by slicing through bamboo in a single strike. So essentially what you need to do there is, whatever the combo of buttons is, you need to actually press it in that order very quickly. Adam, Jin's voice actor in Japanese is the same in English version? I don't know. Yeah, not too sure. Nice. 29 supplies. Cool. It's a decent amount. I like it when games do that. Instead of trying to come up with a reason to make you spend more time in the game world than is necessary for whatever task you're trying to do. This game instead says, hey, there's no point doing this part right now because you don't have the necessary equipment yet. Whereas some games are just like an hour later, 2 hours later, don't even mention anything like that, so you have to go, well, I guess I can't do this part yet. Alright, fantastic. Fox. Just out of curiosity about supplies, what do we actually have? 86 bamboo, 19 yew wood, waxwood 2, 12 linen, 14 leather, 341 supplies, 17 flowers, and 7 predator hides.
石川先生が生きておいでなら手を貸してくださる。
Did he say Ishikawa? Not too sure.
ばだ。いや慎重に勝負。中央が降っていく。
By the time the lightning appears on the screen, I'm not quick enough to actually press the photo mode button. Finally.
よし、空。空、さあ。
Hey there, JJ. Thank you so very much for the raid. Oh, nice. You're playing this too. Awesome. What are you doing for the playthrough? What part are you up to as well?
「野党に戦場で拾われるとは叔父上は何と言うだろうか。
Dr. Darling Jin, get dressed. When he's at the hot springs, it's Butt of Tsushima.「そちらの精鋭を出せ!」
Ja, doet zich kwaad. En jij?
Samurai!ここです。動くな。
あなたがいなければどうなってたことか。
安全なところへ抜かれてないぞ。
これをお受け取りください。
Nice. 50 supplies. We ran when the Mongols came. Father said the kami will keep us safe. The shrine would be a good hiding spot, offer us protection. Key items. Items of special significance found during your travels. Shrine protection. Already read that, but that's what it was. Note about shrine protection. The Mongols came in the night. Luckily, Father was on watch. He set fire to the bridge and we ran away, but not before they shot an arrow through his leg. I cleaned the wound. He's sleeping now. I think he has a fever. Father's sick. He can't stop shivering and we're running out of food. As if that weren't bad enough, the Mongols are back. Brother is scared they'll find a way across the bridge. Father died last night. I'm so tired, but I can't sleep. Not while the sun is out. It's beautiful up here. Hello there, Drake. He is playing the original Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's big brother Rod, my brother. How's it going, Drake? Welcome on in. Yeah, I'm doing my second ever playthrough of this game. I thought I would do 100% Kurosawa Mode Japanese Language playthrough, and the DLC as well. Go all in. Really enjoyed my first playthrough, so I figured I'd do this for the second one. Hey there, Scar. Legend says Rod is still streaming. Absolutely, even when I'm not. How's it going, Scar? Drake, you saw that arrow to the knee meme. You think you might be playing AC Shadows on Japanese dialogue, but English subtitles if you get it? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as well, Drake, with the arrow to the knee meme. And yeah, that's definitely fair too, as well. It's cool that they've added that kind of mode for that game too. I really like it when games offer that. Thank you, Inmita, for summoning Arnie. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Drake, you've been good, man. It's a long, hard minute, by the way. Oh, that's all good, Drake. It's good to see you in chat again. I'm glad to hear that you've been going good. Okay, I've got one. You said the Zalb. It's all bullshit. All of it. The cabinet minister. The whole business. Got us in here to do your dirty work. Look, we just stopped a major invasion. In 3 days it'd have been across the border with this stuff. Why us? Because nobody else could have pulled it off. You're pissed about the cover story. I knew I couldn't get you in here without it. So what story? Did you hand the hopper? Look, we've been looking for this place for months. My men were in that chopper when it got hit. Hopper's orders were to go in and get my men, and he disappeared. He didn't disappear. He was skinned alive. And my orders were to get somebody who could crack these bastards. So, you cooked up a story and dropped the 6 of us in the meat grinder. What happened to you, Dylan? You used to be somebody I could trust. I woke up. Why don't you? You're an asset, an expendable asset, and I used you to get the job done, got it? My men are not expendable, and I don't do this kind of work. There we go, thanks for redeeming that. That's from Predator. I know what you meant, Octavius. Automod just flagged that because it thought it was the other word. I'm doing well, thanks Octavius. Things have been going good. Good morning to you as well. Nice game that I'm playing. Absolutely. I really enjoyed this, my first playthrough. It took me a while to get to the game because I didn't have a PlayStation 4 or 5 until, when was it? 2023, I think, when I got the PS5. And then I eventually got to it last year for the first time and really, really enjoyed it. And I thought for the second playthrough I'd go all in with doing 100% Kurosawa mode, the whole bit. Oh, cheers, Octavius. Thanks, dude. I hope things are going well with you as well. Drake, you let Rod borrow your PS5. Oh, man. Not that meme again. Drake likes to think that he lent me his PS5. Maybe in an alternate universe that happened. Drake, this is canon, by the way. Octavius, you're bleeding to complete Valhalla 100% achievements, man. These mastery medals are so difficult and time-consuming. I played a little bit of that content, and I just got sick of it, and I never went back to do the rest of it. But hats off to you for persevering, though, Octavius, and actually continuing towards getting it. Octavius, did I buy anything on sale? Let's see. I think there was something that I got recently, but I can't actually remember what it is off the top of my head. I hate when that happens. Just trying to think. It might have been a game that I wanted to actually stream, but can't actually remember what it is, though. Oh, yeah, Shadow Man Remastered, I got that. And there was another one as well. Drake, you think there's a God of War armor on that game? Which one? Oh, you mean Valhalla? Mamushi Venom. Your blades strike home with venomous precision. Venomous precision, Gareth? Drake, no, my guy, you mean Kratos' God of War armor based off him? Oh, yeah, I never realized. Are you doing the whole playthrough with that color? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this is the Kurosawa Mode experience. They put the game in black and white, but they also add film grain, but you can also notice that there's film scratches and stuff as well, so they've added that too. And also, it automatically puts the language into the Japanese language. You know, pale as Colombian, snow candy, and red tattoo. Oh yeah, Kratos. I thought so. I could have sworn he said Ishikawa. That dialogue repeated just now. Amita, yeah, the DLC of this game has that armor. God of War armor, you mean? Oh yeah, I read about that actually. The references to other Sony exclusive franchises. Drake, if you see a handprint on an axe, that's it. Oh yeah, handprint on an axe. I'll definitely be doing that DLC content, but I'm probably going to wait till the main game's finished. Handprint on a tree with an axe. Nice, another charm slot.
Yunaの弟が気がかりだ。
Drake, why not introduce him to... sorry, Lucas, you both had the same coloured name. Lucas, why not introduce him to Kuno? Kuno. Kuno don't give a shit. Oh, that's all good, Lucas. Yeah, no, that's fine. But at the same time, I don't expect people to change the color of their name. But if you don't mind, then that's fine. But if not, then don't feel like you have to, kind of thing.
Here, you!待たせてしまったな。
殺されるかと思いました。奴ら飯も食わさず死ぬまで働かせるんです。
もう案ずるな。手を貸してくれる者は。
筒で家族とはぐれてしまい、大浜の集落への道で追いつこうとしたのですが、もうこの野営があるとは知らず捕まってしまいました。
始末しておこう。だが街道には近寄るな。
Lucas, no problem, just a few quick taps of the screen, and then voila. And Mita, you do get confused sometimes by name color on Twitch, lol. Oh, that's fair enough too as well. Yeah, because sometimes too, I'll see both names that are the same color at the same time, and so sometimes I'll think that it's the same person with the two different comments. Thank you, Lucas, for redeeming the Red Dead 102 quote. Hey Lucinda, good morning. Welcome to you. I hope things are going well. Kurosawa Mode is going really good so far. It's definitely very different. When enemies attack, I can't actually see what color the effects around their weapon is. But I'm sort of getting used to when to kind of like anticipate that they might do a certain move versus not as well. But it's really cool because it's not just change the screen so it's black and white. They also add film grain, but also film scratches that you would see on old black and white movies as well. So I think that's kind of cool. And they also change the audio. Automatically it switches to Japanese language, but they also do something to the audio with a filter to make it sound similar to those old school black and white movies as well. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far and just going around. I've done just enough story that the game wants you to do, straight up, and now I'm just been going around exploring, unlocking stuff, getting supplies, all that kind of thing. Okay, so I've got a quote. I hope he's gonna be alright. It's gonna take time. For a while his world was safe, normal even. Then it got turned upside down again. He ain't saying much about it. I've tried to talk to him, but how do you explain any of this? What do you say when he asks about Uncle Bill and Uncle Dutch? They were his family when he was a little boy. He hides away in those books of his. Wouldn't you? It ain't like the real world's done him many favors. He's just been kidnapped. He grew up with a gang. That's no life for a boy. We did our best to protect him. Come on, John. He saw things no boy should see. Well, now we got a chance to make it right. We did good today, John. I guess I better go fix us something to eat. That's from Red Dead Redemption 1. Whenever I play that game and Abigail says that Jack saw things no boy should see, it makes me remember the mission in Red Dead Redemption 2 now, when Marston and Jack are going into Strawberry to collect some mail, and they actually get followed by some men that were related to someone that Marston had actually killed, and they want to get their revenge on him. And in front of Jack, he actually kills them. Another great example of how well Red Dead 2 matches up with Red Dead 1 and creates an experience where certain things that were said originally in the first game have an extra layer of an extra layer to them now, having played Red Dead Redemption 2. Thanks for redeeming that, Lucas. Lucinda, oh, you hadn't thought about that with the color of the prompts? Yeah. As I go along and get upgrades for stuff too, that'll actually help a lot. I unlocked the parry first. I could have unlocked the dodge roll as well, but I feel like the parry was better to actually get, because then that way I can do almost like a one-hit kill. Your morning is going well. You woke up about 45 minutes early like a kid on Christmas, excited to not have to go to work for the next 2 days. Oh, I don't blame you at all, Lucinda, for feeling that way. That is awesome. I really hope that those 2 days go really slow as well. Drake, you want to get AC Shadows, but you were disappointed as playing AC Mirage? Ubisoft has gone down the toilet. Yeah, that could be tricky too. I mean, at the same time, you never know. Like, one game might end up being better suited than the other one as well. Mirage definitely has problems. I did enjoy it though. I really wish though they lent more into their quote-unquote return to roots. It would have been good if they at least gave you the option to change the UI back to what it used to be. Have the mini-map back on the screen, you know, things like that. Drake, you generally enjoyed AC Odyssey. By the way, do you have plans on playing Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster? Absolutely love the game, but not the censorship. You did wish they have all the boss themes on Spotify like Joe's. You absolutely loved hers. I'm not too sure, actually. I don't know if I'll play Dead Rising 1 this year with any version, because Dead Rising 2 is celebrating its 15th anniversary. So I want to do stuff for that, and that'll probably take up a decent chunk of time as well. But you never know. I might also do Dead Rising 1, but the chances of it being the remaster, because there's already a remaster before it in 2016, but the chances of it being the new remaster is very low.
はどうぞ見ていってくださいよ。金、材木、布を扱います。皮を分けていただけたらお返しに何か差し上げましょ
う。では
お達者でお侍様。
だから琵琶法師がそう言ってたんだって。呪われてるのは
役立つものばかりです。酒井様、生きていらしたのですね。
なんとかな。どこかで会ったか。
ああ、いいえ、ただご出陣のお姿を見ただけです。これをお受け取りください。お探しの者へと誘う力があると言われています。
それはお主が持っていろ。
猛虎が怖くて私は動けません。もし道すがら花を見つけたらここに持ってきてもらえますか。いろいろ染め直しますよ。
覚えておこう。助かった。
Mr. Gote must have been the wind. It always is with this game. There's always a wind somewhere. Only Master for the new Only Master and Only Master of that remaster in 2025 and a remake of that remaster. Take a drink every time you see the word remaster in that paragraph. You might be drunk really quick. Thank you, Mr. Gote, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression.
「どうかお気をつけください」
I might actually take this opportunity to have a break, but I'll leave it on this while I do that. Not ready to actually go on the break yet, but just want to set that up. That way I can have the music going. Mr. Gote, drink each time a dev says remaster at the next Sony convention. Everyone will be wasted. Yeah. Drake, anyway, you have to get out. I'll see you all soon. No worries, Drake. It was good to see you in chat again, dude. I really hope that you have a great rest of your day, and also your weekend too, as well. Catch you again soon, Drake. I'm going to take a 10 minutes break. Pin that message to the top of chat. So yeah, I'll be back in 10 minutes to continue. Drake, you never unfollowed me. Well, that's definitely no worries at all, Drake. Thank you so very much for keeping the follow. You're just keeping low. That's definitely understandable as well. You never feel like you can't, do IRL stuff first before catching a stream, that's for sure. Definitely, do other things that you need to do. Absolutely, Lucinda, definitely. I'll also have the music option play as well. Alrighty then, back from my break. And Mita, thank you very much for the 24 days and 13 hours of watch time. Thank you very, very much. Hey there, Ave. Welcome, how's it going? Seni, thank you so very much for the 4 months, 20 days and 2 hours of watch time. Thank you very, very much. Lucinda, thank you so very much for 4 months, 4 days and 9 hours of watch time. Thank you, thank you. Crooked 420, what up? Oliver, thank you so much for the 7 days and 18 hours of watch time. Thank you very much for that. Ave, thank you for the 10 days, 22 hours of watch time. Thank you very, very much. Thanks for the welcome back in, Mita. Cheers, dude. Hey, Kiro Seni, thank you very much for the welcome back as well. Mr. Gote, thank you for the 4 months, 25 days, and 11 hours of watch time, dude. Thank you very much. Welcome on in, Ave. How's things going? It's so funny. I was thinking when I had photo mode on there that everything else moving, but Jin was sort of just looking at the fire without blinking. And I'm like, imagine being near the fumes of a fire and not blinking. So he's very good for being able to do that. I am, thanks, Ave. Things are going well today. I'm having a good weekend. It's good to get back to this game for a second playthrough. I'm really enjoying this mode as well. I wouldn't recommend it for people playing the game for the first time, though, because I think it's good to actually see how the game looks in color the way that it was originally intended to be played, you know. But if you also like the way that this looks, then it's definitely good to do as well. And also, if you like to change the language of a game to actually be set for the location, it's really good for that too. I was saying earlier that the games so far that I've done playthroughs like this with, in terms of changing the language, has been Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, changing it to Italian, Assassin's Creed Unity, changing it to French, and Assassin's Creed Mirage, changing it to Arabic. So I've played those games with those language changes. So it's good to do another game in a similar vein by changing the language. So yeah, it makes me wish that a lot of other Assassin's Creed games actually had the option, because it'd be good in Assassin's Creed 1 to have the Arabic language. I mean, there's definitely other languages that get spoken in that game, like German gets spoken, French gets spoken, so it'd be understandable if not every single speaker in the game was actually speaking Arabic, but I think it would be cool. But I think the only way for that to happen would be in a remake, or for fans to get together and do a mod, or something like that. Mr. Gote, you also need to pump your numbers up. That's all good, dude. You know, I don't even know how it actually tracks that whole thing with the watch time and everything. And does it count, like, when someone, like, if someone goes off the tab, does it still count then too, or something? Not too sure. Are you doing good? Been watching some AC Shadows streams and videos? You're really enjoying watching it, even if you're not really feeling buying it? Oh, that's fair, Ave. Glad to hear that you're going good. But that's a good way to do it too. That way you can get a bit of an idea of whether it's something you want to try at all, versus do you want to try it but maybe not yet because it's too, you know, the price is too much. I actually went ahead and, because I don't care about spoilers, I actually watched the ending of AC Shadows and also checked out the present day stuff in the Animus Hub as well. But I won't go into details about it here, of course. I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't played it yet. Well, I mean, I haven't played it yet either, but I saw the spoilers for it. Twilight Demon, Oni. As night falls, death approaches. They're getting shadows right now would be a dumb move for you as you're playing one of the biggest and longest RPG games out there. Oh yeah. Well, that's another thing too as well. You don't want to spread yourself out too thin, playing all these big, massive games with a lot of different things, you know. Octavius, so basically next AC will take place in Holy Roman Empire, and especially what is nowadays Germany. Yeah, there's that Hexa game, or Hexa. I can't remember how you're supposed to pronounce it. But there's that game as well, which that whole thing about like witchcraft and the witch trials and stuff, like that's definitely one of my interests. Every so often I'll watch like documentaries about that. So I feel like concept-wise, I think that's a good idea for an AC game because like if you look at the Assassins and the Templars, the Assassins could be perceived by the public because of the Templars' influence. The Assassins could be perceived to be witches and therefore evil. Therefore, the Templars who are, obviously knowing that the Assassins aren't into witchcraft, well, they'd be making the people think so. So I think there's a lot of potential for that as well. Lucinda, thank you. You've been sitting in on a stream or two, but trying not to pay too much attention. He was worried all the political people would dominate the sphere chat when it came out. Oh yeah, Lucinda as well. Yeah, I mean, if people want to seek that out, there's always like, YouTube and stuff. But I feel like when someone's playing the game generally, like all that kind of stuff doesn't necessarily need to be, harped on as well. Unless the person who's streaming actually has a rule that says political talk's okay, and all that kind of stuff. But still, sometimes it's just good to let people enjoy the game that they're playing and then let them make up their minds on it. Could you wonder what color set this is? That's the thing too, playing in this mode with black and white filter, is that anything that actually isn't black or white or grey can't actually see it. There you have Sekiro as a shorter game and The Witcher as your mega beast game as of right now. Oh, that's cool, Ave. I need to get to those From Software games. My original intention was to begin with Demon's Souls, but I don't know if I can get the original version. It would have to be the remake, I think. Hey there, Ogorki. I hope things are going well. You still have to finish your 2025 RDR2 playthrough, but that is a game that you can return to whenever. Oh yeah, exactly. Right now The Witcher 3 and Sauna rules your life. I mean, it's definitely good to go with what you're in the mood for as well. There's no point playing a game that you don't really feel like playing at the time, because it can also cause burnout on that game too. Oliver, so basically the next AC will feature Crooked and Schiller as the protagonists. You never know, they might have actually recorded some dialogue. They might have cameos. Maybe Arnie will have a cameo in there too. This Templar scum. I'll be right now The Witcher 3 and Sauna. Oh, I already read that, whoops. Listen, the people harped on about it so much before it came out, it just gave you a bad taste in general. Like, you don't want to draw those people to your stream because it makes you want to just tell them to hush or go away. It's definitely understandable, I think there's a time and there's a place for certain things, And if you're just jumping into someone's stream and steamrolling with comments about, certain things that are... I mean, sometimes they're just external to the game. Like, there's nothing that the game is doing that relates. It's just that people see something in it that they want to talk about, and just jump in. I think you need to read the room sometimes when you jump into someone's, stream as well. Are they? Get to the castle! Kogaji only recorded the German equivalent of Malaka. I'm a fucking fire. Very nice. Listen, did you hear Shadows this and that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like if someone sets up a stream that is specifically talking, like a just chatting stream about something, that's definitely fair enough as well. But yeah, there's so many variables too with stuff. Like, there's things that actually are a thing, then there's things that people assume because they've heard someone else say it, but they don't actually look into it themselves, so they just parrot information that's not actually true. But then you get people who, just don't want to actually hear the truth either as well. But You got to pick your battles too, as well. Like, you don't just randomly walk down the street. Like, imagine walking up to someone in the street and going, "Did you know that this game that's coming out has this thing?" Like, you wouldn't do that, you know. So I think if people treated people's streams more like entering someone's house or a pub, you know, or a place of, you know, business or something, you know, you wouldn't walk up to a shopkeeper and say, "I can't fucking believe it. This thing is happening in this game." And then the person's like, "Look, we don't sell any of that here. Just like, what do you want?" Hey there, Schiller. Welcome on in, dude. It's going really good, thanks. Things are going really, really well. Absolutely enjoying this playthrough. So far, it's been really good. How's things with you, dude? There you want AC Shadow's politics, go to Asmongold and leave the every other streamer alone. Yeah, I mean, you know, anything that is, like, I believe that there's something for everyone, and there's also a lot of stuff that isn't for everyone. So it's okay to criticize things, but at the same time, too, harping on about the same thing over and over again does also get a bit old as well. So did you hear Shadows this and that could be a stream title at Lucinda? That's true. Saw the water splashing up on the rock and I was like, that'd be a good little sort of like video to record. I want to start, and it's not something that I necessarily want to do when I'm streaming in every instance, but I want to actually start to use the PlayStation's record video function and get stuff together, because it's much easier to do it that way and then just transfer the video file than it is to actually download a stream that I've done that maybe might be like 6-7 hours long or whatnot.
Yuna は弟を見つけたのだろうか。
Ave, did I ever tell you the definition of insanity is doing the same fucking thing over and over and expecting shit to change? Yeah, I haven't actually played Far Cry 3, but that definitely is a quote I've seen around a lot. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well, Ave. Sheila, you're good. You're having a chill Saturday. You just try to avoid spoilers because Ghost of Tsushima is on your list for a first playthrough. Oh, definitely understandable, dude. Oh, yeah. You're in luck, too, because, I mean, unless you understand Japanese, I'm not sure, but you're in luck because if you need to tab out and all that, at least you won't be hearing in English what is going on in the story as well at any given time, too. But I'm glad to hear that you're doing good as well, Schiller. It's always good to be able to chill out and enjoy a weekend, especially. in, Mita. You really enjoyed Far Cry 3, but you also raged a lot, did you? Oh, okay. It's so funny, those games where that happens. And then sometimes you forget about certain things that annoyed you until you get back to the game again on another playthrough, and then you're like, oh shit, that's right, this is this part of this game that I hated the other time. There we go. Hey, Game Fanatic. Welcome. You're really enjoying AC Shadows? Oh, that is good. That's good that you're enjoying it. So how far into the game hour-wise are you? Like, are you just still like a few hours in, or... Oliver, you're off to shop around a bit. Hopefully you will make it back in time before you end the stream. No worries, Oliver. I hope that things go well. And if I'm not streaming when you get back, I'll definitely see you around Twitch somewhere. Thank you for being here, and I hope that you have a good one. Shidler, you like the black and white filter that you have here? Oh yeah, dude. It really gives the whole game a different vibe as well. Sometimes it's tricky because objects that you can loot before you get to the point where the prompt appears, at least if you're close to it, can actually blend in with the environment. And during combat, sometimes it's very easy to lose track of when an enemy is about to do a strike that you need to dodge instead of parry. Dr. Darling, still better than Valhalla's stone puzzles. Yeah, those can stacking things in Valhalla. Isn't there one that you have to do? I can't remember. But I just like to do them for the actual audio that you hear. So what I tend to do is when I'm actually incorporating them into my playthrough, I just go to the canstone, start the interaction, listen to the dialogue, then exit, and then go to the next one. Thanks for the GGs in Mita. Game, you're a few hours in, haven't met up with Yasuke yet. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, sometimes it's good to just, go where you feel like you might want to go and explore instead of jump into the story a bit further, and stuff like that. It's like in this game, Rod, you don't press triangle to get on the horse. That happens from time to time. I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on the channel as well at the moment, and so in that game you press the triangle button to get on the horse. Hey there, Extreme. you see a ghost. Hopefully it's not like Cole in The Sixth Sense, who sees dead people. Welcome, Storm. Not sure if you've played this game before, but I played it for the first time last year and I really liked it, so I thought for my second playthrough I'd go all in and do the whole 9 yards, do the 100%, but also put the Kurosawa Mode filter on and stuff. Game you do in Shadows, what's the difference? Is you just call your horse and you automatically jump on it? Oh, yeah. I mean, that can be good too as well. Make things a bit faster. Extreme, no. It looks very nice. Oh, definitely recommend if you ever get the chance to. And yeah, the visuals are really good. The game in color is really, really good too. I'm enjoying this black and white filter, but I wouldn't play this mode every single time. But it's good to actually give it a shot. Game, of course, you no longer have autopilot. Oh, you don't? No. Yeah, it's funny sometimes with franchises where one game will do something and then the next game will take one thing that the other one did and take it out or change the button that does it. And then sometimes they do another game after that, but they put it back to what was in not the game before, but the one before that. Game. No, just a little pathway finder where it leads you towards your target. Oh, yeah. Do they add anything where, like, because I assume you can get on, like, little boats and use those. Did they still keep the follow river from Valhalla? Extreme, you planted 2 bamboo in the garden box for some shade from the sun. Oh, nice, Extreme. That's cool. Is it something that you've done before? Oh, they didn't? Oh, sorry. game. Yeah, horse swims and everything. Oh, do you have to learn? Because in Valhalla you had to actually pay silver in the game to actually learn, or have the horse learn. Extreme, no. Can be 3 meters and then you cut it off. Oh, really? Yeah. So about 3 meters. I mean, that's definitely, interesting, idea to use the bamboo. Oh, you can't get... Oh, you don't have to? Oh, that's good. That's definitely something that I think it should just be a given. There we go. Another sing cricket. Yeah, that definitely helps game. Because there's definitely things where you think, why even make it something that in the game itself you need to get materials to even allow? Like, I get it with some games where it's like, get these materials to craft this really special item. That's understandable. But there's some generic, basic stuff that doesn't need to be put behind you need to get all this stuff before we allow you to do it. Whether that's resources or whether it's, in-game money that you need to get. Extreme, she doesn't want to grow to 4 meters. You live in an inner garden. Your upstairs neighbors probably won't like it. Oh, that's definitely fair, Extreme, as well. Oh, yeah. Game Fanatic, the observe function is really helpful, like tags enemies, tags treasures, very useful. Yeah, that's the thing I saw too. I kind of think that if there's a viewpoint you synchronize, then all that stuff should come up automatically. It just seems like another layer of chore to add for the player to do. But if you just want a quick look at something without actually having to synchronize the viewpoint, then I could understand from that perspective as well. But yeah, it just seems like they were like, well, we've had the bird companion mechanic for too many games now. We don't want to do it again, but we still need to do something that has the same kind of benefit. So we'll just add this. Hey, Dumbledore. How's things?
You're right, soldier. I'm sorry. Sometimes the intense pain clouds my mind. The kookaburras start whispering to me about the pretty mangoes in the high trees, and I know they can see me. They see all of us. Can't you hear them? Chattering with the llamas behind our backs. They want our cornflakes, but they won't take the milk.
What is that from? Thanks for redeeming that, dude. As a Bane impression, what's that from? Games still have eagle vision, which helps you pinpoint where the guys are even through buildings. Definitely. Yeah, it's one of those things that was a big staple of the series for the majority of the games, so it's definitely good when they bring it back. Which is funny. It's one of those things where it shouldn't have to be a thing that they had to bring back, because it shouldn't have been a thing they got rid of in the first place. But at the same time, the eagle mechanic did actually come in handy in some situations. How's things going, Dumbledore? Ghost of Tsushima Black and White Remaster Edition. Yeah. I think this is the director's cut. I think originally hang on, or is it the director's cut? It might not be. But yeah, I don't know if this was a mode that was available upon release of the original version or what. Because I think that's from a cringy, weird 90s adventure game, The Harvester. Oh, is that like a horror sort of thing? Because I think I might have seen that. Again, Black and White thing has been part of Ghost since it first released. Oh, cool. So it was straight from day one. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it was sort of like thinking about, filters in games that try to sort of like evoke a certain, inspiration that might have been or whatnot. When I think about Assassin's Creed Mirage, it had that Assassin's Creed 1 filter. But the thing is, and it was the filter for Akira, the city in AC1, Akira, which is the color scheme it is by design from the get-go. It's not something they added later. So the filter for AC1 for Mirage, it emulates that, but it doesn't actually do justice to it, because the original version, it was actually integrated from the ground up to be that way. Whereas with the Mirage filter for AC1 filter, it is like a imitation of it. Dr. Darling, funny horror genre. Funny horror, yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of really good horror comedy hybrid movies. Game, you think it's pronounced Akira? Yeah, there's multiple ways to pronounce it. I've heard it pronounced Acre or Akra. Same with Damascus. It's been pronounced Damascus or Damas. Same with Constantinople. It's been pronounced Constantinople, Constantinopoli, Constantinie. Lucinda, you haven't seen the game Harvester, Rod? It's very amusing to watch. I think I might have seen In-Game Asylum years and years ago play it. Probably about 2016, I think. Or 2015, somewhere around then. I think it was him who streamed it when I watched it. Didn't it have something with a cult or something in it as well? Game Fanatic, tomato, or tomato. As I like to pronounce it in a, a funny way on purpose. It's like tomato, nah, it's tomato. Lucinda, nice, yes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so that was actually a game I wouldn't mind playing and streaming. Aha. Archer. Entering area of overwhelming enemy forces. I always like that. Has a nice ring to it. Dr. Darling, the cult of the tree. The cult of the tree. The new actor for, is it Thornton? Yeah, I think it's Thornton. Listen, the many funny and also many what the fuck moments. You gotta love it though. Yeah, it's kind of like pretty quirky kind of stuff as well. Like it's probably kind of like some... What's the word I'm looking for? It's kind of like some warped variation on Maniac Mansion or something. Because wasn't it also a game that had digitized graphics as well, like the old school Mortal Kombat games used to have? Game Fanatic, otherwise known as Death Zone. Death Zone? Oh, is that another name for it? It's interesting the different names for games in different parts of the world. Lucinda, yeah, gave you Maniac Mansion vibes too. That's another game that I haven't played for a very, very long time that I would like to actually stream at some point. A lot of these games that I'd like to actually stream, I can maybe in the future fit them into my random, unscheduled early morning streams. That game has such great music as well. Hey Spectrum, it's going really good, thank you. I'm having a good day. Weekend's going well, how about yourself? Game, you remember playing a game where this skinny little kid puts on this scary looking mask, he becomes this beefed up maniac? Oh, is that Splatterhouse?
船に着く前に成敗いたそう。
Hey there, Absolution. Welcome, Lord Sakai. How's things? There's certain locations I want to deal with once we get the ability to assassinate. Oh yeah, games. So that was what it was. Yeah, I played a bit of the Splatterhouse games, but more out of curiosity and never actually finished them. Oh really, Spectrum? You got a bad sore throat. Caught it from hubby. Oh, I hope that you'll both be 100% soon, Spectrum. That really sucks. I hope you've got some things that you can, drink or, even eat as well. That would be helpful. Absolution, nothing much. You just missed this game, especially the DLC. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's good when DLC actually is good. Sometimes you get some DLC where it's like, really? Is this it? Zereth, please delete if need be. Kinda glad of this. Your big toenail has finally come off. So your toenail was hanging on to the edge of your toe for dear life. I'm not gonna separate. And then it finally let go. Oh, that's good, Zereth. Plus, it's good it's not like an ingrown toenail or something. Game, the Iki Island DLC is that good. You get this God of War-like armor. Yeah, it was being mentioned in chat earlier. And there's there's two other ones besides that also reference Sony franchises, isn't there, as well, I think. Absolution, yeah, it also brought a lot of nostalgia with all the Easter eggs. Oh, nice. When I first played this game, the area where you are at, that the game spawns you in, I saw the little knickknacks and stuff that are referencing franchises as well. But it's really cool when they actually put that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, Game Fanatic. It's Alloy Archer Armor. Oh yeah. That's another game I haven't played before. Oh yeah, Zereth, that's all good. It was pretty much dead, but not quite. But now the big toe has no protection. Oh yeah. We'll definitely make sure to have something that you could put on there, even if it's like a band-aid, to sort of like prevent stuff from hitting it or whatnot. Absolution 3 in total, you think? Cool. It's good to do that kind of stuff. I definitely appreciate references to things and Easter eggs and stuff. It's one of the things I like about games that actually reference movies, because I like movies a lot as well. I don't watch them as often as I used to, but I still actually enjoy a lot of movie stuff. So it's cool when a game has like a reference, whether it's a mission name, that's paraphrasing a movie title or a quote from a movie. Like in Assassin's Creed Unity, in the multiplayer, there's a map mission called It Belongs in a Museum, which is, of course, something that Indiana Jones says in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. And in that movie, too, a villain that he says it to actually has a comeback, which was quite clever. Indy's like, it belongs in a museum. And then the villain was like, so do you. I was like, you got to admit, Indy, that's a pretty good burn. Little did that villain know that Indy would live on to his like 99 or something. Although I don't know if the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles series is actually canon anymore, but in that show, it would go to different time periods. It would have Indy when he was a really old man. He had an eye patch because he lost an eye somewhere along the way, and he had a cane. And then you had like the really young version of Indy when his parents first started traveling around the world. And then you have teenage Indy, and then you have young adult Indy when he went to war, like World War One, and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know if the old man segments of that show is actually canon anymore, because I think when they released it on DVD, they actually omitted and cut out those scenes with 90-year-old Indy. I have not yet Game Fanatic, no. Haven't played Horizon Zero Dawn yet, or the sequel. Zereth, you got a bit of plaster on it at the moment, but we'll be looking at stuff. Oh, absolutely. And something, knock on wood, won't happen, but I hate it when you get an injury on a hand, or on a foot, or a knee, or something like that, and you accidentally hit it. And it seems like everything is going out of its way to make sure it actually hits you on that spot and nowhere else. Absolution, you believe it was God of War, Bloodborne, Horizon Zero Dawn, and Shadow of the Colossus. That was another game that had a lot of reputation, actually. Didn't they also do Ico as well? I haven't played either one of those, though. Listen, there's another game you've played that had a trophy achievement called that, but you can't place it now? Oh, damn, that's cool, though. That's really good. Oh, It Me JT. Sorry about that. You've actually made me remember something that I'd forgotten to do. Sorry, it's... the percentage is missing. I'll just fix that pinned message. There we go. Sorry, it's actually 100%. Absolution, the infamous painting on the mountain wall. Oh, really? That's another game I haven't played before. And me too, you loved Horizon Zero Dawn, but you're not so thrilled about Forbidden West. That can be disappointing too, especially if you like the first game in a series and you really look forward to the next one, and then it doesn't really do as well. It's kind of like a bit disappointing. Well, I mean, it can be a lot disappointing too. It's so funny. When you go near a collectible, the prompt that actually appears, sometimes when there's like the waves and the white foam of the waves, or it might be the wet rocks and the white light on it. It makes me think there's a collectible there sometimes when there's not, just out of like a flash out of the corner of the eye kind of thing. So you might sometimes see me run and then stop and then look and then see that there's nothing there and then move on because I'm like, was that something? Oh, that's all good, Absolution. I don't... Yeah, no, that's all good. Things like that I don't mind anyway. But the game's been out for a while now too, so... Double tisk tisk. It's like, what? It's so funny, those two words. Tisk, tisk. It's like, I wonder how that came to be. Who thought of it? Absolution, you have the traveler's attire on, right? Oh yeah, that's right. The thing with different gear and it's different kind of like things that it gives you. Yeah. So track artifacts with a guiding wind. Traveling clears 10% more fog or war on the map. Controller will vibrate within 30 meters of artifact. I lost where the fox was. There it is. Hey there, Stan. Welcome. Maybe it comes from spitting sound. That's true. Yeah. A lot of words that come about because a certain sound is translated into a word and coming up with the spelling for it to try and make it match. Listen to sort of like an onomatopoeia, or however you pronounce it. Onomatopoeia. On a mat. Opia. I don't think people would appreciate their mat being peed on. Gamer, it could be British, you know, those Brits do come out with some pretty interesting words. Yeah, I'm always curious about the origin of words, because there's so many words that we just use every day, and then who knows, unless you've looked it up, when it came about. Listen, you did spell it right. Woo, its definition being from Google. The formation of a word from a sound associated with what is named. Example, cuckoo, sizzle. A relatively large number of bird names arise from onomatopoeia. Thanks for looking that up. Although, there's some words where it's like swing from Wayne's World. They become quite memorable.
ような。撃ってこい。逃がしてやる。
助かった。ありがとうございます。
さあ早く逃げよう。
これをお受け取りください。
50 supplies. Awesome. Listen, you're usually pretty good with words. You had a college reading level in 6th grade, so words and grammar have always been a strong point. For you, math too, until you got out of school. Now you need a calculator for everything. I'm definitely in that boat too. It's like, what's this equation? I'm like, what does the calculator say? This is what the equation is. Versus, what's the equation? An hour later. Another hour later. Another hour later. I don't know. Absolution, there's a character in this game that really breaks your heart. Oh yeah, Absolution. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of really sort of like emotional moments in this game. A lot of characters that if you get attached to them and you really like their story arc as well. Zereth, if you made a Wayne's World song, would it be a Schwing Schwong? Good one, Zereth. Quite interesting timing, isn't it? Blood starts another playthrough of Tsushima after the release of AC Shadows. Must say a lot about how AC Shadows quality is. Hey there, Zomb. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Yeah, I was saying earlier that I already watched the ending of the game and the present day stuff as well. But if I do get the game, it'll be on a heavy sale when I get it, and it'll just be for the gameplay, not for any desire for the story or anything. But that could be years from now, so it's like, doesn't matter. I did actually want to time this playthrough so it was happening around the time of Shadows as like a bit of a meme thing, but aside from that, I really wanted to get into it earlier in the year because doing a 100% playthrough, it's going to take a little bit of time, so I'd rather start that earlier in the year than later. So March is a pretty good time because we're still very early in the year relatively, but I've still got a lot of games to get to as well. Game Fanatic, yeah, let's face it, they don't really teach you stuff in school that really helps you in real life, like taxes, job stuff, that you actually need to know. That's true, exactly. You know, it's like, there's certain things where it's understandable that they want people to learn, but there's also other stuff that as you get closer to getting out of your school, you need to, be taught certain things to help you out with other stuff, because otherwise it's just being thrown in the deep end. You would never spoil a game for yourself. That's definitely fair game. Yeah, my care level about spoilers for that game was very, very low, so it didn't really worry me.
どこかに身を隠せ。街道は避けよ。
日吉に向かう途中の辻で猛虎を見かけたんですが、怪しい動きをしていました。祈るような。
いかなる神を信じようとも、猛虎であれば俺が片付けよう。
Game Fanatic, you call the Japanese language the immersive mode. Yeah, it's definitely a good way to put it. Something you could do for extra immersion is when it's a certain weather type, simulate it. So if it's cold, even if it's like cold, well no, that would still work. But if it's cold IRL when you're playing, in a part of the game where it's cold, or if you're playing a game where it's hot, have a heater on or something, I don't know. I always thought it'd be cool to have a playthrough of a game where you do that kind of stuff.
赤穴はちゃんと掘ってやる。
A family's escape. Toku, we found a way down the cliffs. It's a dangerous climb, but it seems safer near the waterfall. The boat is meant to come to... Blah, blah, blah. Jesus Christ. I can read. Toku, we found a way down the cliffs. It's a dangerous climb, but it seems safer near the waterfall. The boat is meant to come tonight. You have to make it. Father says there won't be another chance. We don't want to leave without you, but we can't stay. I hope you understand. Game Fanatic, yeah. I mean, if your character is like riding his horse and selling a storm, he should find shelter until it passes. Yeah, things like that. In Red Dead Redemption 2 last year, I did a playthrough where I added some kind of extra things to just add a little bit of a different approach. But in comparison to other playthroughs people have done, it was just a very surface level kind of variation. But there's definitely been people who've played the game where they really, really get into the whole put the story missions aside and focus really on day-to-day in-game stuff, like going out and hunting, taking what you've hunted and taking it to the trapper and selling it, and really, having like a routine in the game, having like an immersive kind of thing where you can only camp out in random, whatever sort of thing you want to do. Where I did a very, very, light variation of that, where it was like every in-game day I had to have Arthur and John Marston change their clothes. It didn't have to be, you can only wear this combination one in-game day out of the whole week, and you had to wait a week. It was just pretty much every in-game day. How about I take this jacket off and put this vest on this other shirt, and then keep the same jeans from the day. It didn't have to be like very finicky, but I did that kind of stuff. Also had a thing where every in-game day I had to hunt an animal. It didn't matter what it was, like it could be a rabbit or whatnot, and then just bring it to camp and do that every in-game day. Money from missions had to go to the camp. I couldn't have Arthur or John Marston keep the money that they got. Obviously, with Marston, there's no camp to give funds to, and towards the end of the game, there's no money box for Arthur to give funds to as well. So when we got to that point in the story, obviously, I didn't have to worry about that anymore. But those kinds of things that you can either do in a very small way or a very extreme way, depending on what you want to do, can add an extra sort of freshness to a playthrough of a game, especially if you've played it heaps of times before, and you're looking for different ways to actually experience it. It's kind of like, changing the language. You just want to have a fresh experience of the same game, but in a different way. Or a challenge mode where you go, I'm going to use these things I don't normally worry about because I have a routine of just using these weapons, for example. Like a lot of games, I just stick with my routine of, I'm going to get this weapon, I'm going to only use this weapon, I'm going to use these tools. But challenge runs make you go, shit, I can't use that now. I'll have to rely on something else. And then using that something else can actually sometimes make the game even better, where you go, damn, I should do this all the time. Zom, have you seen the movie Godzilla Minus One? I haven't, no. I'm actually behind on my Godzilla movies. The last one that I saw that was new would have been Final Wars, which was a very, very wacky Godzilla movie, but that's definitely in vein with the series. But I haven't actually seen all of them anyway, to be honest. Just a select few. Like, I've seen the original. I say that because there's the original Japanese version, then there's the original version that was edited a couple of years later, that was released elsewhere. Then, of course, I saw one of the Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla movies, I think it was. What's that one? I mean, there's probably a few with King Ghidorah in it, but yeah, I haven't seen all those movies, but I haven't seen that Minus One movie. But I have heard good things about it, though. Does it go back to the more sort of like dramatic approach? Because obviously the series went from a very sort of like serious, I mean, yeah, you know, a monster movie about a guy in a suit running around on set, you know, smashing miniatures and all that kind of stuff, isn't necessarily 100% serious, but I mean, the approach to the story is very serious, in spite of that. And then it goes really wacky with like time travel and aliens from other planets and all this kind of stuff as well. Mr. Epic, welcome on in. How's things? I see you playing the game AC Shadow's Wishes, it was? Yeah, my second playthrough. My first playthrough was last year, and I really, really enjoyed the game, and I thought, well, if I'm going to do another playthrough, I definitely want to do a really sort of like in-depth one. Not as in-depth as you could go, like also reading every single little thing, but in terms of like 100%ing the game, definitely wanted to do that. And also this mode is really, really good too, as well. I definitely wouldn't recommend doing this mode for a first-time playthrough, because it is good to experience, I think, this game for the first time with the original color scheme and everything. And then if you're a fan of this kind of like style, then definitely do it as a second run. So I'm clearly not enough to try hard enough to be like... That's definitely a sentence. Oh, you mean Shadows or Mr. Epic? Man, this game looks amazing. Even in Kurosawa mode. Seeing this makes you want to play it bad, but you want to play it when you have your PC. I don't blame you, dude. It can be like, really want to play it, but I really want to wait until this other point as well. The Cost of Iron, Tales of Tsushima. Minor Legend Increase. Show in Journal. You know what? I've been doing a lot of running around collecting and stuff. I think I'll do this mission. It's side content. I didn't want to move the main story a little bit further necessarily in this stream. Wanted to really, really sort of like take my time with getting to the point where we learn to assassinate. But we'll do this one. The Cost of Iron. The woods near Kuta Farmstead have seen more Mongol patrols than usual, and there are whispers of merchants traveling the area safely. I need to find out what's happening in those woods. Oh, nice, Mr. Epic. That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. As for me, things are going good. Having a good weekend. Getting back to Red Dead 2 on Wednesday. It was good to start that playthrough. I also wanted to do this playthrough on the channel at the same time as well, because there's a lot of things between the two genres that they're based on, you know, like movie-wise, that really go together well. Zom, well, not to spoil much about it, but the reason it's called -1 is having to do with the state Japan is in. They were at 0 due to the war, but when you add on an attack by Gojira, that puts their quality of life below. Oh, that makes sense though, Zom. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. The -1 and everything. Absolution? Damn, 7 hours. I know, right? A very short stream. Just kidding. A very short stream would be when the game crashes after 20 minutes and then the stream stops. But yeah, almost about 7 hours. Absolution, bruh. Yeah. Yeah, me too. I always do short streams. Very short. Absolutely. Then you got medium streams, which are like, 12 hours. Good stuff, though, Absolution. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. But yeah, 7 hours. It was probably around the 2 hour mark, I think, when we were able to free roam. So yeah, but it's been good though, because I didn't want to rush things through. I mean, I can't take months and months, which it won't take, but if I wanted to extend it to that long, I wouldn't be able to because there's so many other games I need to get to. But I definitely want to make sure I'm really savoring a lot of the stuff, especially exploring and all that kind of thing. Plus, it's been able to give me a bit of an opportunity to get used to the controls again and all that kind of stuff. Mr. Epic saw more of AC Shadows, and you're begging to believe that the new AC games, to believe that the new AC games aren't for you anymore. The gameplay is nice, but the story is so bad, like really bad. It's more of that cringy characters and dialogue. Oh yeah, Mr. Epic. Yeah, that's the other thing too. It's getting a bit stale. You know, they really need a massive well, not reboot, but they need to go back to um, nothing again and build it back up again in a better way.
お侍。何があった？
猛虎と手を組むアキュードがいます。そいつが持ってる通行証を家族と奪おうとしたんですが、番艇に返り討ちにされ。
それには命を懸けるほどの価値があるのだな。
通行証があれば誰でも猛虎に止められることなく自由に道を通れます。
役に立ちそうだ。
ええ、その通りで、アキュードの荷車は道の先に残ったままです。
俺が代わりに見つけてこよう。お主らは休んでおれ。
お気をつけて、すでに兵が集まっているはずです。
アキュードの荷車だ。猛虎兵、小屋の男らと戦ったのか。アキュードはおらぬか。 通行証はないな。もう子供。
どうしよう。
小屋の男らが狙いか。知らせてやらねば。遅かった。
お侍、こちらへ。通行証を持ったアキュードを助けてください。実は弟なんです。
なんだと？
通行証を奪おうとしたのも全て家名のためでした。
猛虎に加担したのであれば許してはおけぬ。
そんないいやつなんです。どうか。
無事かはわからぬが探してみよう。
お願いします。
兵は後を残しておるはずだ。
Absolution, you mean the Prince and his Bodyguard version? Oh no, Absolution, that's Prince of Persia. But that game, I will get to eventually. Actually, it became available on PlayStation Plus recently. Zom, the reason you brought up that movie is because Gojira -1 and Tsushima share quite an interesting problem. Both have a black and white version, Kurosawa Mode and -1 and -color that look really great for what they are. And they're both worth experiencing both, but there is a sense of loss of vibrancy when comparing them to their color versions. Oh yeah. But that's understandable too as well. It's kind of cool there is that version. I think there was also like Mad Max Fury Road that did a black and white version of that as well. Shadow, the best comment you saw about Shadows was best AC games in the game in the last 4 to 5 years, if you accept Mirage. Valhalla came out in 2020. That's like saying Brotherhood is the best AC game since AC2. Yeah, the game that came out, directly after. Yeah. Mr. Epic, they really don't make their good and memorable anymore. You're not talking only about the main character. The side characters look boring too. They even made Nobunaga one of the most interesting emperors in history a joke of a character. That kind of pissed you off. Damn typo, you meant characters in the beginning, sorry. Oh, that's all good, dude. Really like the muffled voices in Kurosawa Mode. It's like you're watching an old movie. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was the other thing too that it does. It alters the audio of the game as well to reflect how audio was for movies back in that time period that went black and white. Absolution, you were referencing something else. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, because your comment before that was good stuff, though. So I don't know about the Prince of Persia stuff. Because after Mr. Epic's comment about AC was your comment about the prince and his bodyguard. But yeah, that's Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, where that happens, where you don't play as the prince, but you play as some kind of like special warriors or something that was supposed to protect him. But yeah, Assassin's Creed 1, when it was the Prince of Persia title, they actually had a bodyguard for the prince, but they abandoned that and then created Assassin's Creed as its own IP.
脇にそれた。 ピュードはあの中におるはず。
Absolution, it's all good. Just slay some bandits and Mongols. Mr. Epic, the reason they said 4 years most likely was because they're afraid of pissing off the fans of Altair and Ezio. Let's be honest, the main characters aren't a quarter as interesting as them. Bayek was good though. Yeah, there was a big missed opportunity with continuing Aya and Bayek's story. Oh yeah, Lucinda, there's definitely no worries at all. It'll soon be time for you to start your day. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very, very much, Lucinda. I definitely will. Thank you for being here and watching. Thank you, Senny, for giving the shout out to Lucinda. Definitely recommend checking out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1. We'll also be doing Last of Us Part 2 once that is done. And when both of those are done, she'll be getting back to her Resident Evil marathon with Resident Evil 5. Also has a playthrough of the Spyro remastered games going on as well. A great streamer with some really cool static and animated raccoon-themed emotes as well. Definitely recommend. And that's all good for the shout-out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Thanks again for being here. I hope that you have a great start to your day. Yeah, Lucinda is like, The bear is like, how dare you be here? And Jin is like, damn, and then dead. Oof, indeed, Absolution. Dr. Darling, the bear isn't the bear isn't hungry anymore. No, not anymore. Mr. Epic, it's kind of funny you can hunt in this game, but shadows you can only draw them. That's true, yeah. Yeah, they were like, you can't do that.
Chiharu, eh? Açış beri. Ternikalli, tüne. Oi, Harbo!
助けて！逃がしてやる。
ありがとうございます、お侍。
礼などいらぬ。猛虎に加担しておると聞いたが。
奴らが約束したんです。物資を運べば家族は見逃すと。
兄は死んだぞ。お主の通行証を奪おうとしておった。
そんな、あのバカ。道理で俺が疑われたわけだ。通行証など持ってません。あれには運び手の名が彫られてるんです。
他のものは使えないのか。もう行け。また猛虎と手を組んでみろ。
その前に殺される。
それより家族が気がかりですが、顔向けはできません。ああ、なんてことを。どうすればいい。
Thank you, Absolution, for leaving the lurk. Thank you. Dumbledore got him. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm starting to get used to the combat in this Kurosawa mode as well. It doesn't make changes to the combat. It just means that with this color palette, it makes certain things different when you're perceiving it. It really is Mr. Epic. Yeah, the combat is really good. I also like the switching between styles as you learn more styles, and you get to a point where it becomes easy to just go from one to the next without thinking about it too much. Zombie finding this game, a single arrow to a bear's head is the most effective way to handle it, but you guess getting mauled to death is a way to handle it too. Not saying it's a good way to handle it, but it's a way to handle it. Exactly, Zomb. Once I get to the point in the story where we get the bow, that'll definitely help. Mr. Epic also liked the sheathing his sword animation, like details like that. It's the small things that make games like this amazing. Reminds you of the first time you saw good sword sheathing in was The Witcher 3, where you saw Geralt tipping the sheath to make the sword go in. You're amazed at the time. It really is. These are things that, in the grand scheme of things, they may not be that important, but when they're all added together, they just help create, overall, a really good game.
Oh. 猛虎が去ったら腹いっぱいになるまで果物と魚を食いたいな。あざもの海苔も捨てがたい。
Mr. Epic saw a video yesterday about stealth of this game. He was really good. In the last kill, he shot an arrow into the sky. And was, why did he do it? Then the last survivor started to run away, and the arrow landed on him, and that's how we made the last kill. You don't even know how people do something like that. That is just really, really great timing. Like, but also, like, imagine how many hours maybe it took them to practice that, to get to that level. Sometimes something catches my eye in the composition of various elements where I'm like, I need to just stop and take it in for a moment. This is something I definitely want to get, but not yet, and not in this stream. Mr. Epic, meanwhile, the video is, you saw today of AC Shadows was about a boat glitching and flying in the air. First thing you thought about was the flying canoes in Valhalla. Then you got those glitches in the games where the boats and ships will actually capsize. Or the one where you sort of like get stuck under the actual ship, but inside of it.
Samurai!
ふぬけばかりか。
Just on medium, Zomb. I thought the game would be challenging enough, given the fact that this mode makes things visually very different to color mode. So instead of having to fight a war on 5 fronts, I thought I would fight a war on less. So yeah, just on medium. Mister, we've got really creeps you out in shadows are the kids with adult faces. I mean, how can you be happy with that in your game? If you were a dev, you would be ashamed with that. But then again, you're Dutch. You don't know how Americans feel about making their games. Yeah, it makes you wonder sometimes, like, who has the final say on these things? Because ultimately, that's where it is. It's not the person instructed to do these things. It's who gets the final say for this stuff. So I'm pretty sure that would be more dev company specific. Ubi hasn't been passionate about their games for a very long time. Well, it's this whole approach of need to streamline every element to the point where we don't have to innovate too much, just slightly here and there. But not too much, otherwise we have to redo too much from scratch. But we don't want to do that, because then that means less ability to churn out stuff. Like Resident Evil, for example, Resident Evil 7, instead of going, how about we just take our game engine we've used for the past 10 years and slightly update it, how about we actually start from scratch with a brand new one from the ground up? And Resident Evil 7 happened, you know. And they've used that RE engine since then, and not just for Resident Evil games either, for their other games too. So sometimes you do need to do that extent. You need to just throw everything out and start again. Mr. Epic, Rod, focus your inner rule of nature. These bamboo strike things, I actually like them. Something I liked about this game too was that all these activities have some kind of meaningful reward that you get given. It's not just 10 silver or 5 gold or something. Like the bamboo strikes increase the amount of resolve that you have, which means more opportunities to prevent yourself from getting killed in combat. Then you've got things that you'll get charms for actually doing, which can help. They're like perks for certain things.
Master Samurai! Bastin Jamal!
Zom, this game is made by American devs, not a country specific. Determines whether devs would be good at their job, but dev company specific, with the quality of said devs being the determining factor. Yeah, there's definitely things like that which come into play as well. Mr. Epic, if it were you in that standoff, you would pull out your inner Indiana Jones, if you get what you mean. I definitely do. Yeah. It's a quick way. I love how that actually came about as well. It wasn't actually scripted like that. It was a more intensive fight sequence. But the day that they were going to film it, Harrison Ford was sick. And so instead of actually doing the big action sequence, he suggested, how about I just shoot the guy? They do that joke again in Temple of Doom, which kind of works and it kind of doesn't. It works in the sense that if people had actually seen Raiders first, they would get the joke. But if you saw Temple of Doom first, because you might have decided to watch them in timeline order, then it doesn't quite hit the same. But at the time, it probably really hit well, that moment in Temple of Doom. I mean, it's a nice nod as well. And it also, you know, goes against the expectation as well. Because people who had seen Raiders, when they see Indy go for his gun, would be like, oh cool, they're going to do it again. But then Indy doesn't realize until he looks down that he doesn't actually have his gun in his holster anymore.
ユナは弟を見つけたのだろうか。
さら、さあ。
Hey there, Iz. How's things? Oh, nice, Iz. You got off work waiting for a shawarma? That's awesome. Oh yeah, this is the Kurosawa mode to simulate the movies of director Akira Kurosawa. They made the filter for black and white, but there's also film grain and also film scratches that have been put on there as well. And also they've put a filter on the audio to make it sound in the same sort of quality as the movies that he had done, especially the black and white movies. Like, he had done color movies as well, but specifically this is emulating his black and white movies.
There's only one thing you need to know about martial arts, and that is guns beat it every time.
Thank you, Mr. Epic, for redeeming that. Yeah, I mean, being able to, unless you can dodge bullets, being able to, have those skills won't help you if you're faced with someone who's shooting at you, necessarily, obviously. But it's not like movies where there's choreographed fights. You can't be like, look, wait, before you shoot, can you just stand there and I'll stand here and let's just do a practice run. You can't be like that, That's true yeah, so it's a tribute to his samurai movies. Yeah. New ghost weapon unlocked. Kunai. There can be only one buzz and one snake. Thanks for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. From one of the Metal Gear games that I haven't played. Oh, Mr. Epic, so that's where you got it from? American Dad. I gotcha. Yeah, I haven't actually seen that show. I know of it, but I haven't even seen any memes or anything from it. Actually, I just thought it would have been cool for Red Dead Redemption 2 if there was a mode where you could make it like the spaghetti westerns, where a lot of different actors from different countries were cast in the roles, but they just spoke, a lot of the time they spoke their own language when they were speaking, and then they later got dubbed by Italian actors. Would be cool if in Red Dead Redemption 2 there was a mode where when you watched cutscenes, the mouth movements wouldn't quite match up, as if Arthur and all them were played by actors with different language, and then they just dubbed their voice. I like how the game's giving me a tutorial against a boar to throw a kunai. Wasn't expecting that. I thought it would wait until we actually had human enemies. Mr. In Mita, it feels like you're watching an old Japanese movie. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, the original Godzilla was black and white. I don't know if they did a colorized version of it.
ユナの弟が気がかりだ。
Mr. Epic, now if you want gun fu, you should watch Equilibrium. That was a good movie. Oh yeah, I've heard a lot about that one, with Christian Bale as one of the actors in it. Mr. Epic, in that movie, people must take meds to suppress emotions. It was illegal to have them, and to stop taking your meds with the penalty being death. You like the word they gave it since offender? Jeez. Yeah, I had no idea that was part of the actual story of it. But yeah, imagine things actually becoming like that. Zom, essentially Equilibrium is The Matrix meets Orwell's 1984. Oh yeah. That's actually a book I started reading years back, but I never actually finished it.
さあ侍の技とやらを見せてみろ。
Mr. Epic, the reason they gave for did because of people emotions that caused wars. In order to stop wars, they came up with that drug to stop emotions. It's so funny, isn't it, that the idea that war only comes about because of emotions only. Now, granted, there's definitely emotions involved, but at the same time, things can be done without emotion as well. You know what I mean? Like, you get people who are serial killers that have no emotions, and yet they still cause violence or do violence. Actually reminds me of the premise of what the Templars are doing in Assassin's Creed the movie, where they're trying to find a way to stamp out aggression and other negative emotions in humanity by, you know, controlling people. But that's the angle that the Templars are taking in that movie, is that they want to eradicate that kind of stuff in the human race. But sometimes, you know, the ability to go on and do certain things requires the emotion, you know, like when someone's passionate about something, without that passion for what they want to do, then they're not going to necessarily accomplish what they want to do, let alone accomplish it in a way that is satisfying. And then there's things where emotion has to sort of be controlled a bit, like people who have to arrive on the scene of like an accident where there's very, disturbing situation that's happened. They have to try and put their emotions aside and do the job that they need to do, whether it's someone that, has to try and resuscitate someone, or whether it's, other things. It doesn't mean that they're not necessarily feeling it. They just have to focus on what they need to be doing in that moment. And then after, be able to focus on that feeling and stuff. But yeah, it's interesting when they do movie ideas where it's like, to fix this problem with humanity, we need to take away all emotion, because all emotion is bad, right? And in every situation it's bad. It's like, not necessarily. It makes it 2 more hours before you head home. You can't wait to go home and play some Shadow of War. 8 more achievements to get platinum. I don't blame him for feeling that way. It's good to get back and then be like, can get into this and focus on getting some more trophies. Mr. Epic, wars and violence, fighting and murder. You meant not only wars. Oh, I got you, Mr. Epic. Yeah, so murder and stuff too. Makes me think of that movie Minority Report, where they use these 3 psychics to determine whether or not someone's going to actually commit a crime before they even do it. And based on a certain probability, they then get arrested before they even have the opportunity to do it. Some fun fact about 1984, in the film adaptation, John Hurt plays the protagonist, Winston Smith. In V for Vendetta, yet another movie that shares similar themes, he's in the role of that movie's version of Big Brother. Yeah, he was a really good actor too, as well. I've only seen V for Vendetta once. It wasn't memorable, but not necessarily because it was bad. It's just that I probably watched a lot of other stuff at the time that I enjoyed more. But it is interesting when actors play a certain role and a certain type of role earlier in their career, and then later on they play the opposite of that.
ユナは弟を見つけたのだろうか。
Zom, guess what Eckhart Stenz said about dying a hero, becoming the villain rings true? That's true. Oh yeah, that's a great quote. Mr. Epic, that movie does make you think. though. What if you disable all emotion? Does it bring peace among people? And what does it make you then? You can see it being maybe good for people with a lot of anxiety, maybe. That's true. People that need peace of mind and need calm as well. But they've got thoughts that are racing, and they're sort of like anxious and stuff. Dr. Darlington is just on vacation at the beach. That's true. Absolutely. So, this is where I'm going to end today's stream of Ghost of Tsushima. This week, I should say, I'll be doing another stream, and then also Monday as well. So, Ghost of Tsushima will be Saturdays through to Mondays every week. And Wednesday to Friday every week will be Red Dead Redemption 2. And Tuesday is either a stream day off or a potential stream day. I don't really know until the day arrives, and I go with whatever I feel like. So Tuesday is a maybe stream or a maybe not. But Saturday to Monday, Ghost of Tsushima, and then Wednesday to Friday, Red Dead Redemption 2. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. Definitely appreciate it a lot. We're going to go and raid out to Lucinda, who's doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1. Thank you, Iz, for the GGs. Muchly appreciated. Before we raid out, though, I want to give some shout-outs. Oh, yes, Sheila. No worries at all for the stream, dude. No problem at all. And same to you as well, Amita. No worries at all, dude. See ya, Iz. I hope that you have a good one as well. Oh yeah, that's all good, Zomb. No trouble at all. I hope that you have a good one as well. And thank you, I definitely will. Definitely would like to recommend people check out the following streamers. Absolution, who does IRL streams at the moment. Cheesy Cheese, who's playing Wrestling Revolution 3D. Dr. Ronnie, who's also doing a playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. In Mita, who's doing a playthrough of The Witcher, the first game in the series. Game Fanatic was doing Assassin's Creed Shadows. Crocodiles is doing A Plague Tale Requiem as part of his historical order run. He's also going to be doing games like Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, as well as many others. He's doing them in timeline order. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers, Ghost of New Eden, as well as Elden Ring. Salcat is doing streams of games like House of Ashes. Scar is doing Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. And Shadowlock is doing Assassin's Creed 2, as well as Assassin's Creed Shadows. He's also a big fan of that series and is doing his marathon. So definitely recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. And Sheila, that's no problem at all for the shout out. And same to you as well in Mita. No worries for the shout out, dude. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I've also got one for subscribers as well. I'll post that one in chat too. Oh yes, Senny. There's absolutely no worries at all for the stream and for the shout out too as well, dude. And as we raid out, I'm going to have some music play in this photo mode. Thanks again everyone for watching. If you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's become Sunday. Hope you all have a good rest of your day.